So we'll just go to the announcement we'll have to make as part of the introduction to the meeting. And this is directed to the ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. So ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery, I bring your attention to the live stream of council meeting notice as you entered and on display in the chamber here. These meetings are audio recorded with live stream and published on the council's website and other media platforms located outside of Australia. Please note that the recording may capture any conversations that you have whilst attending this council meeting. So just be aware that any conversation you have with councillors will be recorded. Okay, so looking first of all, councillors, at the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. You good to go on that one, Justine? Okay. So, councillors, any discussion around the confirmation of the minutes? The resolution there is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 21st of July be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Any discussion around the meeting, the minutes, councillors? All right, so can I have a mover and a seconder for those? Thank you. Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded, Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. That's anyone against? Yeah. Next item is declaration of interest in matter on the agenda, I think. So,
second set of minutes.
I beg your pardon, sorry. At the minutes of the special meeting, I beg your pardon, on the 28th of July 2020, be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. So that's for the special meeting on the 28th of July. Any discussion around that, councillors? Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Mather, Councillor Lynch, thank you very much. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. So, are there any declarations of interest relating to matters on the agenda, councillors?
I just thought with Pacific Heights Road, I'm not sure if it's a conflict of interest that I live on Setu Drive in regards to the Pacific Heights matter coming up. I'm not sure if that's should be declared or not.
I wouldn't have thought so, Councillor Lynch. Yeah. I mean, you and lots of other people live up there as well, so. Okay, so nothing else, councillors, in the way of declarations of interest? All right. Item number 6, public forums or deputations. We don't have any today. Moving on to item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. So going through the list of councillors, any issues there that anyone wishes to raise? Councillor Mather?
Please, Mr Mayor. On page 13, item number 9, there are questions I noticed relating to Great Keppel Island Revitalisation Project, and this has taken since the 12th, right back in June, and I'm still waiting for something to come through. It says a response has now been received from the state. A copy of the response will be distributed to councillors shortly before being tabled at the next ordinary meeting in September. Now this goes back from June or even further. So I'm just wondering why it's taking so long to get here, because we need to make decisions on these things.
Only that the comments are dated the 12th of August, so that would have been the facts at that particular time. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to the next ordinary meeting in September.
Yes, I'm aware that the state has taken its time to get back, and I can understand that. But if we have it and we don't have it till next month, it's another month away. So I'm saying.
So perhaps that information, once it's processed through our system, we can disseminate it to the council. Are you happy with that, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think I believe that we did get correspondence from the State Department in regards to those questions in the last week or last fortnight. Like, I'm aware that I've seen a letter that refers to Councillor Maver's questions and provided a response to at least one, but then because of their initial response to one of the questions, then there was a series of other questions where they said basically refer back to the previous answer. But I'd have to check, but I believe that we may have received some correspondence via email to councillors.
Okay, thank you. I don't recall having seen anything. Has any other councillor received? You do recall? Okay, all right. We'll just follow that one up for you, Councillor Mather.
Item number 12, it's a notice of motion in relation to overgrown vegetation in Todd Avenue, the back of Todd Avenue there, and most members will be aware of this. It's an ongoing matter for a number of years, and we've been waiting for a dry season. We've had an exceptionally dry season, and now we find that we can't go in because it's wet. We've had a little bit of rain recently, so we've had this prolonged dry spell where we had opportunity to go in and do it. And now we can't do it probably for another year because it's wet. It's a swamp. And it's got snakes and vermin and all sorts of things in there, and all the members are aware of it. And I just feel sorry for the people there. And I think we need to just put a little bit more attention on this one, if we could, please.
Okay, well, through the Office of the CEO, we might refer that to the Executive Manager of Infrastructure Services. Councillor Hutton?
Yep. Item number 33, I'm just looking to get a copy of the MOU that we signed with Defence, please.
Again, through the Office of the CEO, we'll get that to you. Any other matters on the list, councillors?
Mr. Mayor.
Which item number, councillor?
Item number 22 on page 20. Report presented at briefing sessions on the 7th of the 7th. Further investigations required. That'll come back to a briefing session by the look of this, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it looks that way, councillor, because it's noted their officers will arrange for a further briefing session report to be presented shortly. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others, councillors?
July 21 agenda, not the current one. Bring it two out for us, last month's agenda.
Oh, you've got last month's agenda?
Yeah, we need the current one.
Oh, okay. All right. Apologies, we'll get that sorted for you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 36, just interested in, this was resolved, the community voice panels. Just wondering, are we waiting for further information? 36, page 23.
Yep, this one is still ongoing, councillor friend. We've got some of those community voice panels underway with expressions of interest being called shortly. We didn't want to flood the market, for want of a better term, putting all of them out there at the same time. So we're just going to stagger some of those so that we can have the process operating a bit more smoothly and get some of the early ones done and then sort of move through the list.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Looking, I just had a couple of issues to raise too, if that's okay, councillors. One is item 2, the recyclable processing service contract. I notice in the commentary there, the application for authorisation to collaboratively procure recyclables processing services has now been formally made to the ACCC by the combined Gladstone, Rockhampton and Livingstone councils and Central Highlands. Application fee has been paid and shared by all 4 councillors based on tonnages. I'm just wondering if I can get some indication as to what the next step is from here through the Office of the CEO, please.
There's a confidential report providing an update on the recyclables processing contract today.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Item number 3. Livingstone Planning Scheme. I'm assuming this particular matter, sorry, wrong one, beg your pardon, wrong one. Item number 4, beg your pardon, so the former Catholic Church building in Marlborough. This was pretty much the same comment as was provided last month. I'm just wondering if there's any update on this beyond what's already written here.
I need to take that as a question and refer to the relevant officer.
Thank you, please. Sorry, councillors, I'm just scrolling through the list.
In the meantime, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
Number 14 on page 15.
Yep, there was the next one for me too. Good question, councillor.
Yes, why is it taking so long for this lease agreement to be finalised for the Marlborough SES?
Yes, the last advice was the 10th of July, so if we can get an update on that one too, please, Madam CEO. Going to item 25, councillors, on page 21. Questions on notice from Councillor Mather, Forward Works for Drainage. I was just wondering what the latest on this was. That's the 8th of July, and is Councillor Mather happy with the update so far?
There's been no report, I don't think, in relation to those questions.
Okay, so I'll just follow that one up too, please, Madam CEO. Item 27. Again, questions on notice, Councillor Mather, in relation to Mount Charlton Reservoir.
Well, I have put in further questions in the last week, not official questions, but to the officers, and I'm hoping to have something back via the same route, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I just need to know what's happening because it doesn't appear that anything's happening there from where I'm sitting anyway.
Okay, we'll get an update on that one. So item 32, which is on page
22.
23. Item 32 on page 23. In relation to the feral goats on Great Keppel Island, I noticed the commentary there. I'm just wondering if we can get a quick update from Councillor Friend on that one.
Certainly. Certainly, Mr Chair. So the GOAT Steering Committee is currently established and we're to commence in about a week's time. So not this following week, but the one after it. We did have a date of the 24th, but unfortunately the state representative can't make that particular meeting, so as she is away in Parliament, and therefore we are looking at alternative dates within this following week coming. So hopefully we can get all of that sorted and up and running. The agenda for the first meeting has been sorted, and we're just awaiting. We would really prefer to have the state representative there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. So any other items on the list that will need to be discussed, councillors?
Page 23, Mr Mayor, in relation to unsealed road levels, assessment of unsealed road network condition to be undertaken pending further discussion. These have been discussed for years, Mr Mayor, and it would be nice to have something concrete. Anticipated completion of assessment in October 20. It's not 2 months away. Some of them are in pretty poor condition, and although they're on the list to be done, people are banging on doors, certainly my door, and saying, what about us? So I have concerns that we're not providing the service level that people are paying for in the bush, Mr Mayor. That's my concern.
You of us are receiving the same conversations, councillor. I'm sure you're getting more than the rest of us, though, living in the rural areas.
I go out there, Mr Mayor, to look to make sure that they're telling me the truth.
So perhaps through the office of the CEO, we can ask that report can be accelerated a little bit. Okay, thank you.
So I understand what this assessment refers to. It'll relate to the comprehensive revaluation that we're doing on all of our transport network, so roads, drainage, bridges, for that significant asset class this year. So it's my understanding that that assessment, where they will look at essentially 100% of the entire network for the condition assessment. So I believe that that's the context of that comment, and that will obviously will be going external for the independent assessment on the condition of our assets. And it's my understanding that that has a consultant hasn't yet been engaged to do that piece of work, and that's managed through the community assets team to do that piece of work. So in addition to the information that is collected by our construction and maintenance team, so that information is fed into that condition assessment, but then we have an external party to go and do that condition assessment of essentially the entire network.
Question, Mr Mayor, do we have any idea how long that assessment will take? Has anybody indicated?
I believe if Dan Pearce was in the room, he'd certainly be able to answer that question. I just don't have that information in front of me. It does take a number of weeks to obviously do the entire network, to do that condition assessment.
Yes, just looking at the operational plan, that's a little bit behind time as well. I thought there was one done only last year, but it wasn't an assessment of the assets. So that's where the confusion comes in. Okay, thank you.
So the condition assessment will be on both the sealed and unsealed network.
Councillor Bello?
Yes, Mr Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Mount Chalmers Schools sale, which I can't seem to find on the list, and with the leave of the table, if I could ask permission to I guess get an understanding of where that's up to, given that it's still unresolved as an outstanding matter, and the community, I understand, is supportive of the changes that were proposed to allow that sale to perhaps be more palatable to the market. And from what I've heard anecdotally, agents are trying to sell that and finding that there's just not able to proceed with that at this point until it's finalised in terms of the reconfiguration of the lot. So can we get an update as to, I guess, where that's up to, and ultimately, should it not be on this outstanding table, Madam CEO?
Throwing all the tricky ones at me today. I'll have to take that as a question and get back to you on that one, Councillor Bello.
Any other matters, councillors? Okay. So we have the recommendation there before us that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded, thank you. Councillor Bello. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. All right, now it was slightly remiss of me at the beginning of the meeting too, councillors, to advise the people on live stream that we are back in council chambers today. We've vacated the town hall for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that there are a number of bookings coming up from community groups, etc., and it would have clashed with council meetings. So we have come back into the chambers and we're abiding by social distancing rules and the COVID-19 rules. So each of the councillors now are spaced appropriately. We are limiting the number of people in the gallery to 2, which is our requirement, limiting the number of people in this room, which is also part of the COVID-19 requirements. So just wanted to make members of the community aware that we are back in the chambers. It is being live streamed, and you'll be able to view what's going on here through your Facebook link. So please be assured that we are being conscious of COVID-19 regulations as we go through this process. Okay, the next item on the agenda, councillors, is lifting matters laying on the table. And the recommendation here is that council receives the report titled Response to the Mayor's Minute Pacific Heights Road Traffic Issues, which is currently laying on the table within the business outstanding table, awaiting return to a council meeting, be lifted from the table to be dealt with later in this meeting. So we know that reports coming up, councillors, there's 2 reports to be considered as part of this issue. So we guess this is a process just to lift the matter from the table so that we can deal with it in this meeting. So happy to move, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood seconding. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are no petitions that I'm aware of. So moving on to item 9, which is the Mayoral Minute. And councillors, I've put this Mayoral Minute forward so that we can discuss the issues relating to Pacific Heights Road. The recommendation is in the report, but I fully understand that there may be some amendments to this, so happy to entertain those as part of the discussion around this. But as you will recall, councillors, the officers have presented a report on their deliberations surrounding a previous report from them and also a previous Mayoral Minute in relation to Pacific Heights Road. And they've come back with a series of recommendations. Now, notwithstanding the great deal of respect that we have for our officers, I think I'm of the view through this Mayoral Minute that we need to do a little bit more in terms of providing additional safety along Pacific Heights Road. So it is in no way showing any disrespect to the views of our officers, but it is about, I suppose, councillors taking the view that things need to be improved, or safety issues need to be heightened along Pacific Heights Road. So the recommendation, councillors, is that we resolve that the speed limit along Pacific Heights Road be reduced to 40 kilometres per hour. Now, Councillor Bello and I had a discussion this morning. I probably need to tighten that up a little bit in terms of it's not going to be all the way along Pacific Heights Road. It'll be from Roberts Road to, we're thinking, St Benedict's, thank you, St Benedict's School. Is everyone in agreement with that, rather than having it for the whole road? Yeah. Okay. Any comment around that, Councillor Mather?
Just my only comment, Mr Mayor, if you're going through these motions, these items one by one there, should we call for a suspension of standing orders till we get that sorted out? Because they're not informal debate.
This was the only one that I was going to propose an amendment to, Councillor Mather. The rest of them we can just basically consider as a whole.
I would think there would be at least one more addition to that, Mr Mayor.
So you wanted to suspend standing orders?
Yes, please.
Are you going to move that?
Yes.
Right, so moving, seconded. Councillor Friend, all in favour? Those against? Okay, thank you. All right, so open for discussion, councillors, on this one.
Mr Mayor, I think each member felt that the previous report, albeit in good faith and based on qualifications, was insufficient. In fact, it basically said do nothing. And that wasn't the reflection that we got from the people who've been trying for years to get something done about the safety in that particular area. And we can still help the officers to get what they want, but we need to do something that will satisfy the people as well and serve our purpose. And I would like to add painted traffic marks on the road for as calming mechanism, and perhaps even a calming device not a speed bump, but one of those other little ones that is more levelled out, but it actually stops them, but it doesn't really hinder traffic. It actually encourages people to go around the another way rather than through that narrow stretch of residential area. And we know that the buses do that and bigger trucks. They could go the other way around by the roundabout, but they don't. They come through there because it's shorter. But we really need to keep those little narrow sections of road free for pedestrian traffic and basically local traffic, Mr Mayor. But I think we need to have the traffic markers and perhaps one calming device somewhere on either side of that peak of that hill. That's my thought. But we certainly need to do what's been said there. That's important, that those three items that go along there. I'm happy with the 40k from Roberts Road through to Benedict's. I'm happy with that. Additional speed signs. Yes, I guess, and we have to do education too. We need to do some publicity to let people know that this is the new thought in that area. It's come about as a requirement of the people there who live there, who know what happens on a daily basis and who are fearful that somewhere, sometime, someone will get hurt. And that's really the exercise that we're undertaking here.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other comments from the councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastman.
I think what we've got to remember, Mr Mayor, is if we do change it to 40 kilometres an hour, it's not set in concrete. If it doesn't work, you can always revert back. Well, I think it will work, and I also believe it's going to have the added benefit of maybe forcing some of that St Benedict's traffic along further along Farnborough Road and up the Panorama Drive and that way. So I just see it as a win-win at the moment. And I'm all for the shortening. Obviously, the whole of Pacific Heights at 40 kilometres would have been too much, but from Roberts Road to Benedict's is perfect.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, I'm in full favour of 40 kilometres in the short term of the road, definitely not the long term. Councillor Mather mentioned about buses. We can't stop buses going through because I do see quite a lot of the old people use that the bus route, which goes along Pacific Heights Road and goes around onto Setu Drive and back out again. So it's important that the buses still go through. But yeah, shortening that speed limit to 40 is really imperative for the safety of our children. So all for it.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Hutton.
In regards to the speed limit change, my concern relates to and I'd seek advice here, are we able to make this decision, or are we actually referencing it and it gets referred to an alternate organisation to make that choice? In terms of like the reference in the officer's report that is dealt with later on in this agenda says that should we wish to do this, that we'd be referring it to the Regional Road Safety Committee, and if they are not in agreement with what Council's agreeing to, then the committee will initiate an independent review process via the Department of Transport and Main Roads in Brisbane. And so if this is going to be something that we're seeking to do, that you're going to have to provide very strong justification in this, because if we don't get the support of the Regional Road Safety E3 Committee or 3E Committee, then it's going to be referred to Brisbane, and they're going to look at it and they're going to go, okay, well, your road here is a, how did they designate it? Your road here is a such and such a road, it's a minor urban collector road, and a speed limit of 40 kilometres is not applicable, and they'll just move on.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Perhaps we can refer to the engineers for a comment on that one. Michael, would you like to join us?
Through the Mayor, that's correct. The officer's report, I think it was page 96, does say that, and that's the law regarding road speed limits. The Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices sets out an 8-step process. So Council is able to resolve to consider reducing the speed limit, but it does have to go through that Road Safety Audit Committee. If we don't agree with their decision, if they decide not to allow us to reduce the speed, then as the councillor said, there is a further process Main Roads in Brisbane would undertake. It's with council to determine the first step. If we choose to reduce the speed limit, then that's something that we can do in this forum, and then we go through the process at an engineering assessment.
Any questions of the Executive Director?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Is there anything prohibiting us from taking this resolution in the first place to reduce it to 40?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. We are able to take this resolution. As officers, we would take it to the committee and have that debate, and they would ask for the engineering justification. We will have to make sure that we have all of our information, and we can substantiate what the council is asking us to do as officers. We haven't tested that with them at this stage, so I don't believe it's an issue for you to resolve this at this time. If we have an issue, we will come back and brief council on some of the pros and cons with the safety committee.
Mr Mayor, I see it at the table makes the decisions, and the officer, if they need to go to Brisbane to get an endorsement or put a case up, so be it. But this table makes the decision based on good grounds. And that's what I'm looking at here.
Well, I think that's what
And the officers
the
follow
Executive
through.
Directors are saying, in the sense that you know, we can make the resolution here, but then it goes to the Safety Committee for review. And that if there's any issue at that level, then the officers will come back and report back to us.
And can I ask a question? Perhaps I'm a little premature at this question. Would it be that the officers would still retain that position, objecting to the 40-kilometre reduction?
Through the chair, so we have a report that our view is that we can't support the speed reduction. If council chooses to resolve today that to consider this 40 kilometre an hour speed reduction, then we would have to go to the committee, and we will do the best that we can to enact what the councillors have resolved today.
Thank you.
That's our job. We've put forward our views based on what we understand to be the standards, and we will go to the committee and put our case forward on your behalf.
Thank you.
Councillor Bello?
Yeah, just a question actually to you, Mr Mayor. I believe that Queensland Police have been contacted about the proposal that Council was considering, and would it be appropriate to provide that response at this time?
Yeah, it wasn't an official question or an official response, Councillor Bello. I did have a conversation with the local senior sergeant who indicated to me that from his personal point of view, reducing the speed limit on Pacific Heights Road would be a positive thing.
Thank you.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, just a third question in regards to recommendation number 3 in regards to the shared pathway project. I just wanted to check, in the officer's report that we deal with later in the agenda, it talks about installing painted traffic markers and lines for traffic calming, and includes that staged pedestrian crossings within this area is already in process. So does that third one there need to be there? Like, so if it's already being acted upon and being dealt with, is this, you know?
I'll take your point. It's the same crossing as is referred to in the report. I just wanted to reinforce that that's what we're talking about.
Mr Mayor, through you, I agree with that for completeness, yes.
All right, Councillor, so we're still under suspension of standing orders. Any more comments and discussion around this, Councillor Eastwood?
Just a question to the Director. Michael, do you have any idea of the time frame if it had to go through, well, you know, say if it had to go the whole way down to Brisbane?
Through the chair, no, I can't answer that at this time. We would have to go through the process in Rockhampton initially, and there would be some, we need to undertake and complete that road safety audit and put together all of our information. I don't know how long that would take. I'd have to be honest and say that.
Councillor Bello?
Yeah, just a question really. Is it a matter of reflecting in the recommendation then on item 3 as per what's in the officer's recommendation before we move the motion, so that it's actually the intent is clear on what we're prepared to support or otherwise?
No, happy to have that included.
Just have it clarified which section you're referring to, through you, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I would like to see that the installation of painted traffic markers for traffic calming be included, be number 4 on that motion, that resolution.
Councillors, comments around additional traffic marking, line marking?
My only concern is that we're putting in things that are already being done, so we're asking for something that's already being done to be done. Like the first 2, they're additional things that go above and beyond what's already existing occurring, and so it makes sense that they need to be dealt with separately and through a council motion where we don't have the support of the council officers to undertake those actions. But where we already have advice that the shared pathway project's already occurring, like there's nothing that's going to come from this that will make that happen, it's already occurring, where the advice is already that there is painted traffic markers and lines for traffic calming being included and being undertaken now as part of a shared pathway project. I just worry that, you know, we're putting in something, like we're saying something that's already been done.
Just for clarity though, isn't it about refining through the, I guess, leave the table to allow the discussion to come up with the motion that we believe reflects what potentially the will of the table is, and only then can it be prepared to be supported. If it doesn't include the things that we want, combining both, effectively you're combining both motions. That the officers have put forward some suggestions that they're prepared. Councillors are saying, well, we want these as well, and we're combining the 2. That's my understanding of it.
So my concern is not that we would deal with the officer's report separately, but the officer's report for those 2 items actually says that they're already occurring. So they're not requiring a recommendation or a resolution of this council table to occur. They're already occurring. So nothing that we do here, unless we're saying that we don't want those things, in which case we'd be telling the officers to stop doing what they're doing, will change that. So I'm not trying to suggest that we're usurping the officer's report dealt with later. It's just that the officer's report later says that they're already doing the shared pathway with the staged pedestrian crossing in the area in question. It says that they're already doing installing painted traffic markers and lines. So it's kind of like having a resolution saying, can they make sure they open the council doors tomorrow at 9 AM or whatever. They'll still do that already because there's no resolution needed to achieve that.
The question, I suppose, is if we include that in this motion, then that's the finalisation of it. That becomes the resolution. And then the motion that comes later, or the report, is no longer needed because we've dealt with it in this motion here. So we've incorporated both together because the next report has elements that we don't agree with. So we'd have to vote that motion down because 50% of it we disagree with, 50% we do agree with. So I would have thought that we could include it in this one here, first and foremost, deal with it. If it's supported, then the other one is no longer needed.
All right, well, I guess the question is, what harm is done if point 3 remains in the recommendation?
As I said earlier, Mr Mayor, for completeness, that we recognise these are the steps that we recognise need to be done.
All right, so can I just, through the CEO to the Executive Director, so if item 3 in the recommendation remains in, Michael, there's nothing it doesn't change the outcome of your report or what the works that are to be done will be.
No, I don't believe so. It's just, we've already got a budget to do the footpath works and we're planning to do it. This is just a belt and braces approach. It puts into the recommendation what we are already looking to do.
Thank you. Now, Councillor May, that you wanted something there about line marking. That's already in the report. Can I just maybe ask the officers
And traffic markers.
what traffic markers are actually proposed? I haven't got the copy of the report in front of me. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, I'll just come to the report as well. 29.
29, yes. That's what I'm reading from the agenda.
I thought we were on about page 159.
Yeah, so it references up page 161,
161.
stating that officers, actually it's 160, saying that these works will include some traffic calming and designing through narrow and divided traffic lanes and appropriate channeling of traffic through line marking at the crossing locations. A copy of the preliminary design is attached.
So my understanding of that is that there's going to be a refuge island in the middle of the road, and then the line marking is just chevroning leading into the island. It's shown on the screen there to guide the traffic around the island, and by doing that, that'll narrow the lanes, the through lanes, so it'll appear to be. Oh, it is narrower, and it'll appear to the driver to be a slower speed environment.
Yes, that means the line, the markers will be there, will be installed.
Correct.
The whole idea is to warn the motorist that there is a
Crossing.
ahead. That's the whole idea. I'm happy with that.
All right, Councillor, so we still have the 3 points in the recommendation. Is everyone... Sorry? 4?
Is that one included?
On the line marking?
Yes.
I thought we just resolved that you were happy with that and the way it was structured in the report. We didn't resolve it, but we actually...
That was originally my thought, is to have it included as number 4. Number 3 is the shared pathway.
Okay.
Number 4 was the installation of paint traffic markers for calming purposes. That was number 4.
Well, perhaps we could add to item number 3 then, include a staged pedestrian crossing and associated line marking. Okay. And notwithstanding Councillor Hutton's comments around this, it's just for the sake of completeness, Councillor Hutton.
I just had 2 further questions, Mr. Mayor. Just to the officer, I'm interested if you're able to elaborate on at all the decision matrix that's used by the Regional Road Committee in its deliberations, or it should. So, is their matrix, is it around engineering, or does it have engineering community feedback? Like, what's the breadth of that? And as a follow-on, if it was to go to an independent review process via the Department of Transport and Main Roads, what's their matrix? Are they going to come back to the engineering, or is it going to be a broader review that they do in terms of making decision-making there?
The chair, I'm not able to talk in detail about the matrix. It's a specialised transport and traffic area, so I apologise for that. What I can say is that road safety audits are completed by qualified road safety auditors, and there's a particular course that's accredited through the Department of Main Roads. The officers who undertake that course are not just engineers. They do specifically ask for people from different backgrounds. There's people, for example, might be police officers or ambulance officers, teachers. So they're looking for a range of skills to be able to common sense assess a road issue. But to your question, I can't give you the exact matrix and all of the criteria. I'd have to take that on notice and provide that information to you at a later date.
Second question, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, any other comments around this? Noting that there's an amendment to the third recommendation, third point. Sorry? Yeah, so it'll be the shared pathway project on Pacific Heights Road include a staged pedestrian crossing, and I'll look for some assistance from the Executive Director about the line marking. What's an appropriate amendment to that?
Staged pedestrian crossing, including associated line marking. I think that would be fine.
Yep.
That's all we need.
Thank you. So we need to resume standing orders, councillors, if we're through. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend, thank you.
Happy to move the motion with those amendments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yes, that stays in, sorry, point 1 stays in place pending the outcome of the review. Oh yes, okay, for Roberts Road through to St Benedict School. Perfect, thank you. Awesome, all right. All right, so Councillor moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. Okay, so all in favour, councillors? Oh, sorry, you can debate. Okay, so Councillor Mather, want to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, very briefly. This is something that's been begging for a very long time and was based on the combined efforts and persistence of the people on Pacific Heights Road for the right purposes. We don't sort of change traffic rules very lightly, and we do take on board what the officers recommend, and we wouldn't expect them to do anything untoward what they would normally do under the laws that govern them. This is something that, unless you're personally involved, unless you've heard their argument over and over and over again, you'd say, look, this has got to be done. It was said that if it doesn't work, we'll change it. We're not in the business of changing things if it doesn't work. We hope to do all our homework for the right reasons every time we make a decision. Some of them aren't very favourable to a lot of people, but they're based on the right reasons, we hope. And of course, the checks and balances from our officers are a natural occurrence, and we expect that anyhow. So we'll be governed by that. And no doubt the police have concerns too, so that their support or comments will be taken into consideration as well. And I think that's all I need to say on that one, Mr. Chairman. I think it's all been said. We're doing it for the right reasons, and that's road safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the resolution, the recommendation?
Yes, only to say that having referred to 12.7, the response to the original Mayoral minute and the commentary that's provided by officers, I won't be able to support this motion here today.
Okay, thank you. We will. Anyone speaking for the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to. Just before I do that, is it imperative on us to state why we're... I know that we'll be doing... My apologies, we'll do that when the future report comes that potentially will get voted down, so my apologies for that. Yeah, in speaking to this and looking for the support of councillors to do this, for me, I think this is actually a great outcome. It's a positive outcome because it combines both the professionalism and the authority of the officers from their specialist expertise, and it brings the community into play as well. Well, we actually have had a look at the circumstances there. We've listened to the people, and we've provided what we think is a great outcome. So it's a great balance when you bring both of them together. And I don't believe it needs to be so divisive that it's as if we have refused the officers. We've actually said, thank you for your information. We now believe, based on our personal experience with the community, that this is a positive way to go. And the real difference here, I guess, is the 50 kilometres down to 40 kilometres. The rest of the elements we both agreed on. I'm prepared to go to the community and say that we believe 50 to 40 is a good outcome. If that improves the safety of our children there, we know it's a fairly narrow street, we know it gets a lot of traffic, then What a great way to represent your community. That's an honour to be able to influence that. And I support Councillor Eastwood. If for the best intentions that we've delivered this decision, it's not well received, well, we would reconsider it. And there should be no embarrassment in that. I have no problem with that at all. So on those grounds, I feel very strongly about supporting this resolution. I thank councillors for their support.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone else speaking against?
Just to sum up, if I may, Mr Mayor, please.
No worries.
I'd like to speak for the motion, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, councillors, officers. Yes, I think we've hit the nail on the head here in just having a good compromise. It's always hard to go against the officer's direction, and we don't take it lightly. In this instance, just as Councillor Bello referred, we have done our homework. We've been up there on numerous occasions, and the only bone of contention is the 40-kilometre speed limit. And when you think of the actual 40k speed limit in the school zone, we're actually not coming to. It's only a very short distance, and it's going to have great results for our whole community of Pacific Heights and our school community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion. Every day I drive along Pacific Heights Road, every morning, every afternoon. Most days I will see children on their bicycles. So there's young boys on their bikes and young girls. They're not always adhering to road rules because they're too interested in having a conversation with their friends. So it is a safety issue for those children on the road. So would it be inconvenient to put the speed limit down to 40? I'm sure all of us would love 50 kilometres, but for the safety of our children, it's well received. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just want to speak for the motion also after visiting residents and speaking with residents of Pacific Heights and Pacific Heights Road. This is very, very important. After travelling the road myself, the children, as Councillor Lynch has said, on bicycles, on skateboards, and the elderly trying to cross that road, and I've been behind garbage trucks, I've been behind buses, and it can be a little chaos there. So reducing this speed limit will bring back some sense of security for the residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. And if I can just make a comment before passing to Councillor Mather to sum up. There's two issues here from my perspective. One is in relation to the safety of our children, which is paramount. The second issue, I think, is in terms of the residents along Pacific Heights Road, who, particularly on the lower side, have to enter and egress their properties, and the camber of Pacific Heights Road with that hump at the top there makes visual sight lines very difficult, particularly when you're coming out of your driveway. And that was a point reinforced by many of the members of the community up in that part of the part of the our shire. So I think there's two aspects to this, and I'm hoping that this resolution and the actions taken from here will hopefully address those. So, Councillor Mather, over to you to sum up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly here. This council prides itself on being consultative, asking the community to tell us what they feel influences their society. What can we do to make things better? We say we're there to listen, and we are listening. And if we did nothing, our words would be shallow. If it's not well received, those adverse thoughts would come from somebody who don't understand. So it's up to us to tell them why we do what we do, so they do understand. If we were to go out there and make massive changes, I could understand their anger. But we were doing it for the right reasons, and I think it's up to us to get that message back to the community. Then they will understand, and I think there would be 100% consensus as to why we're supported. Thank you.
All right, Councillor, so we've wrapped up the debate on this one. So we have a mover and a seconder for this. So we have a mover in... Yeah, and division. You have a mover in Councillor Mather and seconded Councillor Bello. And we're calling for a division here, councillors. So those in favour will stand. Thank you. You okay, Justine? Caught up with us? All right. Those against? So that motion is carried. Thank you, Michael. Right, so we're on to the reports now, councillors. 12.1, Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils Incorporated. So in order to present this report, I might pass to the Acting CEO, Andrea Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. This report relates to a proposal to incorporate the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils as a corporation limited by guarantee, and also appointment of the directors and delegates to represent council. So the officer's recommendation does contain a number of parts. So specifically, we need to identify that it's a beneficial enterprise for a jointly controlled entity with other local governments, established by a corporation limited by guarantee not listed on the stock exchange. Approve the constitution, that's in attachment 1 there, approving the name of the organisation. Authorising King & Company to lodge the application for registration. Appointment of Mary D. Island as the director, primary director. Appointing Deputy Mayor Adam Bello as the alternate director in case the primary director is unable to attend the meetings. And also the last one appoints both the Mayor, a Deputy Mayor and Council's Chief Executive Officer as delegates to the organisation to attend all general meetings, which is very similar to CQ Rock participation, I understand. Some characteristics of a company limited by guarantees: that they can't pay dividends, they cannot issue shares, and no person can acquire a controlling interest or profit from any share sale, and each member of the company has a single vote. So effectively each council will have a single vote at the table. I also note what has not been included in the report, but it's also probably very important to advise the councillors, is that there are some proposed regulatory reforms around controlled entities. These amendments will only enhance the transparency. So these the regulatory reforms, which are yet to be enacted in the regulation, but it is almost certain that they will require that the audited financial statements will become publicly available. So that's not in the Act or the regulation at present, but there are position papers that are publicly available on the department's website which provide a bit more information, but I just wanted to draw that to councillors' attention as well. So that will not only be listed on, if there's a website for CQ Rock, but will also be hosted on council's website. So there'll be the audited statements for each of those. At each of the councils will be required to do that as well.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Councillors, before we go into formal debate, is there any questions of the Acting CEO on this one? Oh,
Yes, just in regards to, are we going to be putting the agendas and minutes of these meetings on the portal, same as we do for other council groupings, so they're available for all councillors?
I believe that would be the case, Councillor.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just a question to the CEO through Mr. Chair. In terms of the risks that Livingstone would be exposed to by entering into this contract, you're absolutely confident that it's a sound and proven and acceptable way to do it. And the only risk I think that we're exposed to, I believe, is under this type of governance, is the monetary value that we put into it. Did I read that somewhere there, that by the quantum that we put into it, that's the only exposure we have ultimately on behalf of our ratepayers?
That's one of the benefits of a company limited by guarantee. So you're only limited by the liability that you've contributed towards the company.
So, councillors, this is just a new type of organisational structure for CQ Rock. Previously, it had a different structure. This is a more formalised approach, and arguably more transparent and accountable in the sense that, as the Acting CEO has said, the financial statements now will be published, and so all that's open and out there for the community to view. So, councillors, I'll ask for a mover and a second, and then we can go into debate. So on this one, moved Councillor Bello. Can I get a second to thank you? Councillor Hutton, thank you very much. All right. Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the board?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. and recognising that this is fairly new to me, so I'm certainly at the start of this journey of understanding it better, but I think there is some really important positives with the format that's been proposed, and it's really about encompassing all of the councils within the Central Queensland area. And myself and the Mayor attended a meeting down at Brisbane there last Friday, just for your benefit, and to have all of those mayors in the room. And I was especially impressed with the Mayor from the Warrabinda Council, who spoke about the issues that they face, which are potentially very different to the balance of councils, but nevertheless for us to understand what each council is challenged with, and them to come with a unified voice is much stronger. A couple of the changes that come from this also, which I think are worth noting, is that the voting format for decision making now is based on the majority vote, will determine the direction that's taken, and my understanding is that, as opposed to prior it was a unanimous vote was required, which makes it very hard to, I guess, get decisions across the line. So that's how democracy works best, when the unanimous vote is what determines the direction you're going to take. So I think that's a positive. Also, Rockhampton Council has expressed a desire to rejoin or become reattached and re-enter the ROC, which I think is also a positive for the entire Central Queensland region. We are stronger together, and I think only positives will come from this, so I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? No, Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am.
Sorry, Councillor Hutton, did you were before? Councillor. Okay. It's okay. Well, Councillor Hutton's happy to wait. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, once upon a time, in my former life, we had this LGAQ, Central Highlands, Gladstone, the councils all around here were part of an organisation which did just that. Didn't cost us anything. We got together on a regular basis, had a conference once a year. We worked together then. I see this as a duplication, an increase in workload for staff. I see, obviously, money's got to be involved, dedicated staff. We talk about red tape. I see this as more of red tape. It's not about councils getting together. We can do that anyway. If we're smart, we don't need a duplication of this to do it all. It's a matter of, I understand that we need to get messages through to the southeast corner, and that seems to be the problem. But we are strength in numbers because we hold wealth in this area. And if we be smart about it, it's the way we go about it. We don't need another Quango, because that's what we have. And I've seen it work before where it was simple, everybody got on, everybody was on the same page. And I can't see why we don't have that again. The government scrapped that. So what are we doing with this one? We're starting all over again, but with a lot more administration, with a lot more risk attached to it, even if it's funding. You only need funding to have staff to do all these things, do the minutes, get the agendas out. A lot of work involved.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I'm speaking in support of this motion today because when I look at CQ Rock and the iterations that it's been on, even just in this last 6 years, so if you reflect back to when Livingstone was first recreated with de-amalgamation, they actually had what was the Central Queensland Council of Mayors, which excluded councillors, but more importantly, was about the role of mayors to the exclusion of all others. We then saw that there was a strong desire amongst councillors to engage and be involved and to look for those opportunities for collaboration and partnerships. And I think Councillor Fisher from Rockhampton, along with Councillor Maver and a few others, were organising events where we'd, all go along to Central Highlands for the day or somewhere out in Banana and hear. And one of my first experiences of hearing about the NDRRA funding was where the people from North Burnett were talking to us after the floods, explaining, hey, these are the lessons that we learnt from it as councillors and how it really affected our community and what we should be looking out for. And I always thought that there was such wealth and value in that. it's taken us a while to get to this point. We first looked at incorporating the CQ ROC, or the Central Queensland Region of Councils, some 4 years ago. There were disagreements around the rules in regards to majority versus unanimous voting, regards to the power of veto. So at one point, any council could actually veto a conversation on a topic just because they believed they had a self-interest that they wished to, which in effect stopped other councils from being in the same room and having those same conversations. So it'd be like, well, you know, Gladstone and Livingstone want to talk about such and such. Well, because I don't really want to, we'll veto it. And it means that Gladstone and Livingstone have to leave the room to have that same conversation, which was a process which I believe was out of place with the desire of all councils. And what's reflected in here is about the power of opportunity and the power of just what Councillor Bellows said, about when we're speaking with one voice. We know that what's good for Livingstone's good for Rockhampton, what's good for Gladstone is definitely good for Central Highland, and what's good for Central Highland comes back to being what's good for Rockhampton and Livingstone once again, because Central Queensland, as the powerhouse that Councillor Maver said, has really diverse needs, but it also has really integrated needs. So the funding for our major roadways, the connections for drive in, drive out, the connections between getting containers of food and crops that are grown in Central Highlands or throughout Central Queensland. At the moment, the majority of those containers go down to Brisbane because it's cheaper and more affordable than it is to access the Gladstone port, simply because the infrastructure is not there. We hear from the state government, the federal government funded board, that there's 3 roads and bridges, that if we could fix those 3 roads and 3 bridges, that we'd be able to actually get containers from Emerald out to Gladstone. And that's something that every one of us benefits from, and that's why we'll support it. The other opportunity that's attached to CQ ROC is that now that we are incorporated, or will be incorporated in this model, is that we can do partnerships and we can look at opportunities together. We already work together in the waste space, and that's fantastic, but one of the opportunities for councils is not to necessarily amalgamate, but to look at shared services. Now, shared services require a management structure, require the capacity to hold funds, which previously we couldn't do external to those things. We can apply now as CQ ROC for grants and things where we want to investigate a project. Growing Central Queensland was another initiative where the councils all came together, but it relied on one council taking the ownership or taking the responsibility for the funds. Under this model, we collectively have that responsibility and can progress it. I think this is a sign of the maturity of the Central Queensland councils, and I'm incredibly excited as to see where it takes us into the future, because as Councillor Bellows said, when we are speaking with one voice, we're going to get the ear of the state government, and we're going to get a much bigger ear from the federal government, because, you know, we have 1 local member for Livingstone, but when you put CQ together, you've got 4 federal members who are all there, and if we can get them singing from the same pew sheet, well, there you go, you've got something that's happening.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And if I can just add my 2 cents worth here too, it really is about regional collaboration. And what was interesting at the meeting last week in Brisbane on Thursday was we had 6 state ministers come to the meeting. So obviously that the creation of this body and the fact that it exists obviously has some degree of clout within the state government. So the fact that 6 ministers came along and addressed us and spoke to us about their plans, their aspirations, and also listened to queries, listens to comments from the members of CQ ROC, I think is very significant. So from a regional economic development point of view, from a collaboration point of view, I support this. I also agree with Councillor Hutton wholeheartedly around the opportunities for getting funding through this body. There are significant opportunities as a group to get funding, as opposed to individual councils out there trying to bang the tin. So on that particular point of view, I think that's particularly noteworthy as well. And just to take up a point that Councillor Mather raised, I agree in the sense that there is a lot of work for officers in this particular organisation. But the conversation at the meeting last week was around employing perhaps an executive officer to do the administration for this particular organisation. Now, some people may sort of say, okay, well, you know, that's an additional cost. But my recollection was there was an executive officer for the former organisation as well in its previous life. So I'm not sure that's an additional or marginal cost going forward. So it's just something I think if you're going to have a large number of councils, and I think 6 is probably considered okay in terms of large numbers, then you know you've got to expect that there's got to be a degree of admin within this, and I think yes, it is significant. Yes, it is an impost, but I think if we're going to be effective, if it's going to be a group that kicks goals, then we've got to essentially back it, and I support the recommendation as well. Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, I'd just like to speak to the motion as well, Mr Mayor. I just probably want to bring up a point that Councillor Mather said about duplication. I don't believe this is a duplication. It's evolving of the former. So I believe that it's going to be a better system, and it's going to be better put forward for not only this council but for the collaboration of the local CQ councils. And in that, I support this motion. It's evolving into a better thing and not a worse thing. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else like to speak to the recommendation? Anyone against? Okay, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just in wrapping up, what became clear after meeting with those various mayors down there and the ministers, for me, was that this region is doing a tremendous amount of heavy lifting in supporting this country economically and financially. This region. The councils that encompass our coalfields and our agricultural sector, we're going through one of the biggest economic challenges with the COVID at the moment since the Second World War. And this region, central Queensland, is doing the heavy lifting. And what can come from this is that the mayors that are endorsed by their councillors to go to these groups, to go together and to fight and to strategise so that central Queensland as a whole can attract the investment from governments at a higher level, deserving on the output that we deliver as a collection of councils. And that is a powerful voice that needs to be heard in the corridors of Parliament, both at a state and federal level. And when you're doing it individually, you're nowhere near as effective. So to be able to do it collectively, central Queensland hopefully will be a much more worthy recipient given the investment that we return for this country. And I don't think we should understate that. So on that note, I believe it's critical, and the cost is low. The cost is low. And if you don't put in, you can't expect to get out. So I have no problem in investing, is it $4,000 there per annum? $4,800? And I don't take that lightly. Every dollar counts. But I tell you what, the return that we could get from that investment should never be underestimated. So I hope that you guys will support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Okay, so debate's now closed, councillors. So we go to the vote on this one. So we have a 7-point recommendation here. Those in favour, thank you. Those against? Okay, Councillor Mather wishes her vote against to be recorded. Justine, thank you. Okay, 12.2, councillors. Operational Plan Q4 Progress Report. And I shall pass to the Acting CEO on this one. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the Q4 or the June Operational Plan Performance Report. So this is a summary of essentially the year-to-date performance against all of our KPIs as reported in the Operational Plan for 1920. There are 5 KPIs that require further attention. So this pretty much means that the projects did not achieve the outcome that was intended or desired by the end of June. Obviously, when we adopted the operational plan way back in July 2019, COVID-19 was not on the radar at all. And a substantial number of KPIs were impacted in terms of resources being redirected to other ways of doing business, and so therefore their attentions were focused on other areas and not necessarily these KPIs. That's certainly associated for some of those. The Emu Park sewage treatment plan, I believe that one was delayed in relation to delays in receiving advice on the grant funding. and outstanding rates and charges that will be closely monitored. The reason why that one hasn't met the KPI for this for the June quarter is it was influenced by the delay in the issuing of the water notices in quarter 3. So usually they would have been issued, I think, 2 weeks prior than what they were. So there was a delay, which means that there was more of them outstanding at 30th of June than in previous periods. As these KPIs are representative of the entire organisation, I'll do my best to answer the ones that are under my purview of control, but any of the ones that sit within any of the other organisational portfolios I'll need to take as a question or notice in the absence of the balance of the executive leadership team.
Thank you, Madam Acting CEO. Councillors, before we go to formal debate, any questions of the Acting CEO?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I actually have a couple, so I apologise. I imagine they're going to have to be taken on notice because they are outside of her field. So just referencing the second page of the chart, which Yeppoon sewage treatment plant upgrade and the emergent risk related to the defect check or the defect review, what's the date that the defect obligations end? So obviously, you know, once you purchase something, that you've only got a certain amount of time before they no longer have responsibility for it.
Usually the defects period is 12 months, but I will have to take that as a question on notice and confirm with Stuart Oak.
Thank you very much. And then over on the next page, in relation to the Emu Park sewage treatment plant upgrade, and it talks about that we've got our tender documents completed, but we've not yet released them to the market due to COVID-19. And it originally was intended to be finished by 30th of June 2020, or at least that part was. I just wondered if there was any effect in relation to the funding in connection to that. So it's the needs attention on the next page.
Generally, the project managers are pretty good in liaising with the department on any delays to grant funding milestones and projects. So I would expect that this case would be no different. If we were experiencing delays, then we generally have early engagement and communication with the department to advise if there's any impacts.
Next one on the next page, and it relates to EN 1.1, which is the development applications responded to within the business rules timeframe. We have done remarkably well, so the goal was 95%, we've got to 93%, but my question was out of what total? So like is 2% equivalent to 20 applications, or is it one application? If we could get, I know you won't be able to answer that today, but if we can get that advice, that would be really fantastic. And my last one, I'm sorry, comes down to, two more. Page 87 of the agenda, which speaks to the developments of a government framework. And it says that the project was on hold due to staffing availability. And I just wondered if there was any risk associated with that at all from an audit and risk perspective.
This was intended as a project. It's not a mandatory piece of work, so there are no risks in terms of meeting legislative compliance obligations. It was more about establishing a pictorial framework for the organisation to work towards. There was some progress made towards the governance framework, but with the coordinator of governance leaving and some additional, even though we did have some temporary additional resources in the governance team, that their efforts were directed predominantly towards the local government elections and some of the legislative reform that was taking place at that point in time.
Okay, so you identify the risk is fairly low, and therefore. And the last one for you, Madam Acting CEO, is development assessment services complying with statutory requirements, and it references that we got to 90%, but the staff survey will be in field the delays due to approvals plus desire to avoid Merlin activities. I just wondered if you could explain that one. It's on page 91 of the agenda. And if not, if I could get some further advice about it afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions,
Yes.
Councillor Mather?
Andrea, in the agenda, on page 74, under risk assessment, second para, the current operational plan and corporate plan presently do not align with the community plan. What are we doing to, is it because some of these are a little bit behind because of COVID? Is that got anything to do with it?
Not quite, Councillor. So we adopted the community plan in November 2019, and the operational plan was adopted in July 2019. So the operational plan was adopted prior to the adoption of the community plan. So it's essentially a legacy. Yeah. So you'll recall that the new operational plan for 2021 does align with the corporate plan and the community plan themes, goals, strategies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Just in the spreadsheet here, I had to get the spreadsheet because the printout chopped the comments off. But now that I've got the comments, I'm pleased to see that obviously emergent and items that need attention are issues that are dear to my heart in relation to asset management. So they're very much as a priority in our sites. And that's important because unless we know what we've got, the status of play, we don't know where to put our money. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions of the acting CEO? Councillor.
Just one in regards to enterprise risk management capability advancement, 25%. Can I just get a bit more clarification? That is on page 91 on the, sorry, 89, page 89.
So we were expecting clearly to complete a bit more of that particular project. So the 25% completion reflects that there is a project management plan completed for it. That project management plan has also been recently submitted to the Audit Risk and Business Improvement Committee for their thoughts and feedback on that. So we've made some progress towards it, but clearly not enough as that we were expecting, but it is still a project that we have identified for completion in 2021.
Any other questions, councillors? I have one. Madam Acting CEO, I'm on page 90, GO 5.5, Workplace Health and Safety Compliance, and you'll probably have to get back to me on this one. I'm just looking at the 50% achievement rate, and then progress has been made on training or training actions. A number of documents have been reviewed and updated and are to be submitted for final approval. Several of the significant projects are in varying stages of completion and still tracking to complete in the required time frame. Just if I can get an update on that one, thanks, because obviously workplace health and safety is near and dear to my heart.
So most of this relates to the safety audit that was done in 2017 or 18. So there were 43 items. I believe 17 of those remain outstanding. So we've completed a significant portion of them. The safety team has had some resourcing complications that they're addressing. So we have some stability in that team, and now with that stability, they're able to advance the actions outstanding in a much more expedient fashion.
Any other queries, councillors? Okay, so the recommendation here is that council notes the 1920 operational plan performance report, June 2020. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Mather. I'll second it. Okay, all in favour? Those against? Carried. And at this point, councillors, I'll seek your endorsement for a break for morning tea. So can I get a resolution to break? Move, Councillor.
I have a question on that, Mr. Mayor. Do we need to do it?
Hang on, sorry, Councillor. Move, Councillor Bello, second Councillor Mather. Yep. All in favour? Thank you.
Just a question. Do we need to do a roll call every time we come back from Smoko? Because that's what the minutes showed. We did a roll call.
Oh, okay.
And I thought, I've never heard of it before, so it's probably little bit zealous.
Yeah, we probably all know who's here. We can look around the table.
Some snuck out.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have Paula Santini as the coordinator, acting coordinator of governance, who will be presenting this report today.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So this report today about the council facilities and expenses policy the policy has actually been reviewed by King & Co, and you would have received a copy of the marked up version. So they've made some amendments to the policy, and there are also some comments that they've made in relation to the policy that will need to be addressed. So some of the main amendments to this particular policy is in regards to the training and conference attendance has actually been incorporated. So previously there was a standalone policy for training and conference attendance and also travel. They have now been incorporated all into the one policy. So there is just one policy that encompasses all councillor facilities and expenses. There's also been an amendment made to the vehicle allowances. And then there's just been some further amendments in relation to the insurances, which is at the last section of the document.
Thanks, Paula. Before we go into debate, councillors, any questions of Paula?
Mr Mayor, I don't know how you feel, but the others might feel that there might be a few questions to be asked first. Whether you need to suspend standing orders or...
All right, so
I'll
can we
move to suspend standing orders.
suspend standing orders? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Thank you. Anyone against? No. Carried. All right. Councillor Mather.
I think on page 110, Mr Chairman, in the box, the top box, council business does not include participating in a community group event or being a representative on a board not associated with council. Do we have any clarification as to the guidelines on that one, Mr Mayor?
No, there aren't any clarifications. So I guess this is an opportunity where that can be clarified as to exactly what that does cover.
I mean, community group event. I mean, if it's in the interests of council or it's just in the interests of the group, I guess that sort of thing needs to... Because if we have grey areas and someone gets into trouble, you can find yourself in hot water. Innocently, Mr Mayor.
My suggestion, Councillor Mather, would be that if you are part of any community groups, you actually bring it to the table so that we can endorse it or otherwise. That way you're actually covered.
Okay.
So in terms of your role as councillor, so council would determine or appoint you to as whatever the appropriate body is. So we have people who are appointed on the board of the Capricorn Enterprise, for example. So in this situation, it would be for those community groups that you're not appointed by council to be a council representative on. Say, for example, Councillor Hutton's involved in the Lions Club, so that's him as an individual, not Councillor Hutton as Councillor Hutton.
Which brings me to the next question. How would that go with conflict? If there is a matter that comes to the table from the group and a councillor, any councillor, is involved in a group, how does that go with conflict or potential conflict, perceived conflict?
Well, I guess, Councillor, if I can use my own example on a couple of boards, if any matter came to council that pertained to either of those boards, I would just excuse myself as a matter of process from the meeting.
Councillor, having gone through the process quite a few times in terms of the conflict of interest, there's a differential between being on the executive of a group being to a member. So like, you know, there'll be multiple members here who may be a member of Four Paws as an organisation, but not being part of the executive. And really, the reason we do it is to support Four Paws in what they're trying to achieve. It's not really because we're intimately involved. So in those cases, that's when you highlight it to the table and then ask for the table to make a determination. But under my reading of the instructions, then you're fine to remain. It's where, like in the situation where this year I'm president of the Lions Club, if anything was to come up in regards to the Lions Club seeking financial or something, then I would remove myself because I'm directly responsible for the finances of that club due to my holding that position in this financial year, where in 2 years' time when I'm no longer the president, or in 7 months' time when I'm no longer the president, I wouldn't have that same burden placed upon me, because membership is actually encouraged, because that's what connects you to community and that what gives you the foundation for your service.
I understand, Mr Mayor. There is a matter that comes up a little bit later in the agenda that might tease that out and clarify a little bit further. Thank you.
No, I think the common theme from all the comments so far, Councillor Mather, is if you're on any community groups, just let us know and we can make a determination at that point. Councillor Eastwood?
I've just got a question in relation to the vehicle allowance, Mr Mayor, and I guess how they drew the conclusions in relation to the reimbursement. There seems to be a huge disparity, for example, between the Mayor's private vehicle allowance of 20 grand and councillors of 3. We know that the Mayor no longer has access to a vehicle, and nor do councillors have access to the council vehicle anymore. I just wondered which was often used for councillors when we do a long trip, like say to Standage, or I was just wondering whether it might be better, because here do we vote for either one of these, whether we take the reimbursement or whether we continue as a whole to keep putting in our. So there's two questions really. I think most of us miss a lot of our kilometres by not putting it in, because you sort of get busy, and I know personally I'd like the idea of an annual payment. I would have actually thought that you could probably bring the mayors down a little bit and bring the councillors up a little bit. Sorry, Mr Mayor. And even maybe, this is just stuff I'm putting out there, maybe something like the roads portfolio gets slightly more, I don't know, that's something we probably should discuss as a council.
If I could, Mr Chair, to pick up on Councillor Eastwood there, the question I have is it a case of one or the other, or, for example, could I elect or nominate or be approved to do the mileage on a monthly basis, and Councillor Eastwood has a lump sum, or does it have to be unanimous?
You can elect one or the other, so it's not unanimous. So if you choose to do the lump sum, yep, and Councillor Eastwood chooses to do the mileage, that's totally fine, but you just need to choose one or the other.
I think that's encouraging, I guess, to hear, picking up on what Councillor Eastwood said about the roads portfolio there, where one would expect, I would think it would be, significantly higher than the $3,000 quantum that's been nominated on that particular portfolio above the other portfolio. So I wouldn't like to think we were locking in a bit like our payment arrangement, whereby it has to be a unanimous decision. So it's encouraging that it can be an individual's choice.
That's why the option's there, because we may realise that in some cases it might not be viable to take the lump sum where you do have the high mileage.
Councillors, if I can address the elephant in the room, which is obviously the mayoral allowance. I asked the officers, the previous policy provided for council to provide the mayor with a vehicle. The last thing I wanted was to require the organisation to purchase a vehicle on my behalf. Not only I don't believe I need one, but secondly, I think we don't need to add to the fleet, quite frankly. So I was more than happy to use my own vehicle. So I think what the officers have done, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam CEO, is convert the provision of a vehicle into a dollar figure for me on an annual basis. Now, if councillors are of the view that that's excessive, happy to discuss it.
Just on that, Mr Mayor, I think if that's the previous one that's been scribbled out, the lines through it,
Sorry,
page 105. Yeah, it's just it has the amendments in there, and that's true. The mayor was provided with a vehicle, but the mayor was required to reimburse council for the cost of any private use. So Whether that's happened in the past, I don't know, but it's clearly in there.
No, I'm conscious it's a lot of money, councillors, so as I said, I think that's what the office has done. The acting CEO can probably enlighten me on that one, but yeah, happy to discuss that.
Through you, Mayor, that's precisely what we looked at when the dollar value was determined. So we looked at the past 3 years of the past 3 full financial years of the operating costs associated with the mayoral vehicle. We also wanted to look some benchmarking of similar sized councils to determine a comparable amount, which is determined to be $20,000 per annum, which will be the words added, also added, should that be the direction of the table. For that, otherwise, at the moment, it reads a little bit differently.
Through the Mayor, also in relation to the $3,000 for the councillors, that was also calculated on an average over the past 5 years since de-amalgamation, so figures were collated, and that $3,000 was the average over that period of time.
And just to add to that, but not taking into account the use of the councillor vehicle that councillors do have access to, which would have added to their kilometres if they weren't using that.
Just a question in relation to the Mayor's reimbursement. I would imagine that would be adjusted in accordance with any private contract from any senior officer. That would be in accordance. Any adjustments that would need to be made would be in accordance with adjustments to the expressed wishes of conditions of senior officers. I mean, if a senior officer chose to use their own vehicle, they would be reimbursed in a similar fashion. Is that how it would work?
I believe under the policy that we have relating to vehicle allowance, that's a matter dealt with separately. So if it's part of contracts, and then officers do get to choose whether they're remunerated for that and provide their own vehicle, or they're provided with a council vehicle.
But would it be any different in this case?
The difference being that the council or policy related specifically to councillors that have a different role in terms of managing, different role in the organisation compared to any executive officers or managers. But similar philosophy. That's
what I'm looking at. The principles are much
with,
the same.
Similar philosophy. So
yes.
provided with allowance, or in lieu of a vehicle, or be provided with a vehicle.
Yes.
But you'd be required to make contributions to any personal use.
Yes, okay.
Vehicle.
Just needed to clarify that. On page 115, this is in the latest version, 5.9.6. Councillors are provided stationery for council business purposes only, including but not limited to. We're talking about stationery here that we really have no relation with. Pens and pen sets, note paper and paper, letterhead, business cards. We get business cards. Envelopes, no. Laptop, yes. With compliment slips, no. These are all in line with the Rockhampton Regional Council policy, which I was part of and still have part of those paperwork at home. So a lot of those don't apply to us.
I guess the only query I'd have, Councillor Mather, is if those things are available for the councillors to use. Is that
Letterhead,
available for councillors to use? So
we don't have letterhead without our name on it.
No, but like what gets any correspondence from you can go out on letterhead if you wish it to, and you've got access to envelopes with compliment slips if you require those.
Yeah, we've never had opportunity or been given that notice or advice, so obviously nobody's ever asked for it, I suspect. But I just wanted to highlight it, that it's not something that we would normally be given, that's all. Given. If we ask for it, it'd have to be under the auspices of the CEO or the Mayor, but not for us as a portfolio holder.
Well, I think as a councillor, now that it's in the policy, you can ask for it any time you like. Yeah, it's out there, it's in black and white.
I wouldn't be going to, Mr. Mayor. You can get into all sorts of trouble.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to state that I can tell you that I have collected equipment from the office here. It's been in the policy for the last 2 iterations at least, so I know that when I was in my role as the chair of the Australia Day Committee, and we sent out some 70 letters to every person who'd been nominated and the nominees, that council provided the letterhead, so that all I had to do was to do up the draft, and then I think even Justine even printed the final copies, and they all got sent off in council envelopes, so that the facilities have always been here. It's just about obviously need versus asking versus receiving.
And last but not least, Mr Mayor, 5.9.10, councillors will be paid an allowance of $100 per month for them to provide their own home office and associated communication requirements. Do we get $100 per month for this?
Yeah, we do.
We do. Oh, okay. I close my case.
I do have one more question, and in the absence of not moving a procedural motion, perhaps I'm still probably looking for some further clarity around the allocation for the mayor with the $20,000 there, as opposed to the councillors at $3,000. Is there any, I guess, the evidence to, or the data that's formed that view, that's based on the previous mayor's mileage, was it?
For the mayoral allowance, it was, and $3,000 has been based on, I think Paul was saying, the past 5 full financial years of information and what the allowance has been paid to councillors. So it's the average over the 5 years per councillor.
On that again, but the mayor's was taken on the actual cost of running the vehicle, not on the mileage, is that right?
Correct.
So councillors, if I can just sort of focus again in on the mayoral allowance, I am happy to sort of have any discussion you want around that, because I don't want there to be any sort of confusion or ill feeling around it. Reiterate that I am using my own vehicle. I haven't made any claims to mileage at this point in time, and I did refinance my vehicles to essentially take advantage of the fact that I would get a tax deduction if I didn't get an allowance from council. So I do have some costs associated with it, but I'm more than happy to discuss the quantum of 20 grand if you want to keep going.
Through the mayor to acting CFO, councillors will be provided a blazer with council logo. I don't have often seen councillors wear a blazer. Do we get those and wear them to any meetings, or can I get a bit of clarification around that?
The policy provides for it, so if you don't have a blazer, I suggest that you liaise with executive support to facilitate the organisation of the blazer.
All right, councillors, we done with the discussion?
Resumption of standing orders, Mr Mayor.
Resume standing orders. Councillor Eastwood, sorry, you're right.
Well, I was just going to see if there was any appetite to maybe drop the mayor's allowance down a bit and bring up the councillors. It doesn't seem that there is, but I'll just put it out there. If there's any councillors, no, okay.
Well, just for the sake of Councillor Eastwood's comment, I'm on my 3rd car. What would you do in that case? I won't further that, Mr Mayor.
There is a choice, Councillor Mather, of whether you, if you're doing a lot more kilometres, then it's a choice to claim your kilometres just like you have been. So it actually makes no difference to you.
All right, so Councillor Mather's moving to come out of, or to resume standing orders. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Friend, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. All right, so councillors, we've got, find the resolution again. So the recommendation is that council resolve to adopt the council facilities and expenses policy as contained within attachment 2. So can I get a mover, please, on that one? And a second moved, Councillor Mather, thank you.
We just need to note the amendments in 5.10 to say it's $20,000 per annum.
Okay, I beg your pardon too. Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, there is an amendment in the report to change the quantum for the mayor's allowance. It says $20,000, but it doesn't say $20,000 per annum. That needs to be clarified. Okay. All right.
So it's 5.10.1, I believe, Justine.
Okay.
Just be amended to read in lieu of a council vehicle, council will pay the mayor a private vehicle allowance of $20,000 per annum, paid by fortnight.
All right.
So that needed to, per annum needed to be included in the policy, is that correct?
Yes. Okay, so we have a mover. Councillor Mather, seconder. Councillor Friend, wasn't it? Oh, did you move that, Councillor Friend, seconder? Okay, okay. Okay, seconded Councillor Friend, thank you. Okay, all in favour?
Is that for this?
With the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
That council resolved to adopt the council facilities and expenses policy as contained within, well, within attachment 2, amendment to 5.10.1 to note that the allowance paid to the mayor is paid per annum. Yeah.
This isn't actually adopting the policy, this is adopting the amendment.
No, it's
Adopting the policy with the amendment. Yep. Yep. All right. It's okay. So move, Councillor Mather. Can you speak to your
No, Mr Mayor, we've gone through all the queries that I have had and I'm quite happy with it, thank you. If there's anything that comes up by debate, I'd be happy to respond.
Hey, speaking against?
I'll speak against it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood?
Look, I'm only speaking against this, I just do see that it's a great disparity between the mayor's allowance and the council's allowance. I believe councillors are the nuts and bolts of this council. It's been a lot of hours on the road. In the past, when we've been putting in our reimbursement claims, it gets messy, they get lost, and I just would, I personally would like to see the councillor's reimbursement come up a little bit and the mayor's down. It still wouldn't cost the ratepayers any more. I just think that it would be fairer, and the councillors have lost their vehicle as well as the mayor has lost his vehicle, and that would account for a lot of kilometres that haven't been noted when they've actually put together the new policy. So on that, I can't vote for this policy, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking for it? Councillor Lynch?
Yeah, I speak for it. I think it's an honour to be elected as a councillor, and the fact that we get to engage with the community is just really part of our job. For me, I'm happy to absorb that through my salary. I'm really not inclined to want to claim any mileage, because I just think for me it's an honour to be elected and support the community and be that conduit between the community and council. And Mayor, you do a good job, so yeah, you're entitled to it.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone speaking against?
Can I sum up, Mr Mayor?
Is anyone else speaking for before Councillor Mather sums up? Okay, Councillor Hutton.
Only very briefly to say that, as with all policies, this is a living document and can be changed at any time by the council table. So I think the concerns raised are valid and are worthy of our consideration, but I think, you know, there needs to be data to back that up, and I think that's the next step, is to do the research to support that. I'm not in favour of making a quick decision for the benefit of making a quick decision if there's some more work needs to be done in that space. I think it's also worth noting, you know, there are changes in the arrangements here, and the support of King & Co in producing a condensed version means that it's only through practice of this process that we'll see what works and what doesn't work, and where that amendment needs to be made to produce positive outcomes for the community in terms of the transparency, but also its effectualness for councillors, because this policy is about facilitating us in fulfilling our role to that community, and if it's not working, then that's when we know that we need to go back in and change it. And so I think, you know, living document, and I'll support it here today because I can see that there are a concerted effort to make improvements to where the existing policy was.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and I'll actually give an undertaking to the table at this point. I'll be monitoring my expenses for the vehicle going forward, and if it doesn't come anything near or anywhere near the $20,000, I'll bring it back to the table and we can actually have a look at what that level of remuneration will be. And I think I've never been one to sort of take advantage of monetary policies, so I think it's only fair to the community that I monitor my expenses and we look at that going forward as well. Madam Acting CEO.
Councillors, there is a vehicle available for you to use. If you need to acquire the councillor vehicle, just liaise with exec support to have access to that.
All right, councillors. Councillor Mather, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, Mr Mayor, thank you. We talk about disparity, and councillors spend a lot of hours in travelling. It takes me 70 k's to come here and go home without any deviation. And I suspect it would take the mayor that much to come to Rockhampton and go home. And I would imagine the mayor would have a number of reasons to go to Rockhampton on a regular basis. But I'd have to say, no one would probably spend more time on the road than I would from Ogdenwater to Josclea. So you just have a look at how many times you've all been in all those areas in between on a regular basis and then come back and say there's disparity. The reason the mayor's allowance was provided back then was based on a formula. I don't know what that formula was, but it would have had scrutiny at that time because we all do it and we're bound to do it. We like to do it. We like to know what's going on. And I think if anybody feels that there should be an alteration to the formula, perhaps they'd like to bring something back that they consider worthwhile looking at, something based on a formula, based on the mileage or the time spent in their car on their trips throughout the Shire. And then we'll just see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, debate's concluded, councillors, so we'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Those against? Would you like a vote recorded, Councillor Eastwood? Okay, so it's carried. Moving on to 12.4, the monthly financial report, and I'll pass to the Acting CEO to deliver this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending July 2020. Overall, there is a favourable year-to-date result against the year-to-date budget. It should be noted that at the end of the reporting period, July, not all of the financial adjustments have been made for the preceding financial year. And at the time of this report, they were still being presented. So they might. So what that means is that some transactions that we might be reporting in July might actually relate to the previous financial year. So the team are just working through all of that. Revenue is tracking slightly below year-to-date budget, but that's offset by expenditure also being below, operating expenditure also being below budget, but noting that this does not take into account committals. It's predominantly around employee costs and materials and services. Capital expenditure indicates that it is under by about $2.6 million the first month into the financial year. But with the budget being adopted late July, and the final discussions around the capital program with councillors only occurring in July, there was some delays in proceeding with some of those capital projects. It also excludes committals, so that's the purchase orders that have been raised for those items. Cash is well above the year-to-date budget, but this is also reflective of the higher closing position at 30th of June than what we were planning in the Q3 revised budget, and the underspend in both the operating expenditure and capital. Borrowings remain on track at $75.8 million. There are no planned borrowings for this current financial year, and the next quarterly payment is due in the month of September. Capital income is doing reasonably okay. So capital grants are slightly below year-to-date budget, but it's really interesting to note that developer contributions are well ahead of the year-to-date budget, so that's a really positive sign. Developer contributions are really hard to forecast because developers generally control when they're going to be paying all of that. Of the significant financial issues that are coming ahead to council, it's really around our investment portfolio, and we've not really been in this sort of position before, but banks are actually telling us that they have too much cash, so they're not actually wanting us to have any short-term deposits. So that's really restricting our ability to maximise investment opportunities. So that's something new that's come up for us. Banks saying that they don't want our money. Monthly rates recovery is in very similar to previous periods. It's marginally higher, but this does reflect the delay in the billing for the Q3 water notices that went out a bit later than usual due to concerns around the impact of COVID. Procurement spend, so slightly above in terms of our spend within our local economy. So 20% of our spend in the month of July has been with businesses solely located within the Shire boundaries. So I just take any questions from councillors on the monthly financial report.
Any questions, councillors? Thank you, Andrea, and for a comprehensive report. As the acting CEO has pointed out, a bit early to get too excited about July 31, only 1 month into the brand new financial year. I would draw council's and the community's attention, though, to the pie chart percentage of spend per locality in the 2021 year to date. Look, we do as best as we possibly can to try and spend locally. Sometimes we are unable to do that simply because there aren't providers available who can provide the services or the goods that we're looking for, and we have to go outside the region. But if you look at the pie chart between LSC and Central Queensland in general, we're spending nearly 60% of our total spend in this region, which I think is commendable. And certainly, if you look at the Queensland spend all up, it's 93%. Now, we've been copping a little bit of flack in social media recently about our non-support of local spending, and one classic example was in relation to the website that we've recently launched. Now, the reason we went there was because we can take advantage of economies of scale and efficiencies through acquiring that through LGAQ, and we also get consistency across our applications. So I guess I'll just make that point to the councillors and the community that it's when we go outside of this region to acquire things, it's not necessarily because we want to, but because there are very good reasons. And I note also, Madam CEO, the interest rates, apropos your comments in terms of what the banks want in the way of short-term investments, are dropping significantly, but as I recall, that's been allowed for in the budget anyway. All right, councillors, so we have the monthly financial report for the period ending 31 July, and the recommendation is that the Livingstone Shire Council monthly financial report for the period ended 31 July be received. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? And we'll go into debate. Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded. Councillor Lynch, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against it? Anyone else wish to speak for it? Councillor Lynch?
And like you said, it's only 1 month in, so yeah, we'll be looking at it further down the track.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we'll conclude the debate on that. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 12.5, Human Rights Policy. Madam Acting CEO, please.
I'm also going to refer this one to Paula to present.
Okay. So the Human Rights Act commenced in its entirety on the 1st of January 2020. So council is a public entity and must make decisions and act compatibly with the human rights. So, and we're also obliged to build a culture within council to show the community that or to reinforce to the community that council is committed to building a human rights culture within the organisation. So earlier on in the year, a human rights implementation plan was created with a number of activities and strategies to further this within the organisation. And the policy is part of the plan, which I'm presenting to you today.
Okay, so before we go there, Councillor Eastwood, any questions of the Acting CEO or Paula before we go to mover and seconder? No? Okay, moved Councillor Eastwood. I'll second that, thanks, Justine. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor. Human rights are so important, and when you look through that list of the 23 fundamental human rights that are important to our civilised society, and as a council, we should stand right behind that, and this policy espouses that, and so naturally I would recommend this policy to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Okay, we'll close the debate, councillors. We'll go to the vote. So we've got mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded myself. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Paula. 12.6, the financial hardship policy, community policy, and I'll pass to the Acting CEO on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors may recall that we did have some conversations when we were discussing some COVID matters around updating the financial hardship policy to also include, and also after the bushfires, updating the hardship policy to incorporate commercial properties or properties that have a business or a commercial activity associated to it. So this is closing out that loop with the councillors. So the policy that we're presenting today is an update of the financial hardship policy, which incorporates the inclusion of business and land use property. So previously it was only allowed for residential properties. So now we're extending the application to those properties that might be experiencing hardship that also might be running a commercial enterprise or a business from their properties. So it also includes the event of natural disaster or a pandemic event.
Thank you, Madam Acting CEO. Before we go to mover and a seconder, councillors, any questions for the Acting CEO?
Just one question, Mr Chairman, to Andrea. The policy has been in place for a little while now. Are there any obstacles that you've seen that we've actually come across? Anything that, if you've found them, that we have improved upon in this policy?
So bringing back this policy today is an example of those findings. So you may recall that we came to the table with requesting that the councillors apply the financial hardship application to a property that had a commercial business attached to it. So under the previous policy, that was not considered, but officers felt that all else being equal, that there was merits to that particular hardship application, but we had to require a council decision to make that because the policy didn't provide for it. So bringing back this policy now, because we've learnt from experience that there are situations where that's applicable, that this is an example of that continuous improvement approach to our policy development.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, any other questions for the Acting CEO? Okay, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Chairman, I think it's all been said in the policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone voting would like to speak against? I beg your pardon. Councillor East, would you like to speak for it?
Only to say, Mr Mayor, that it is important as a council that we do look after the disadvantaged in our community that are going through tough times and make sure that they can have a way of getting through their problems and keeping their homes.
Well said, Councillor Eastwood, and I think we all endorse that. So, councillors, debate will close and we'll go to the vote. We've got mover Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. .7 councillors, which is the response from the officers to the Mayoral Minute in relation to Pacific Heights Road traffic issues. I propose we just let this lapse. Can we do that? Given we have a resolution from the previous Mayoral Minute on this earlier on the agenda.
So there's no mover or seconder.
No mover or seconder, it lapses. Okay.
Just move on to the next item of business, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Procedurally, councillors, everyone happy with that? 12.8, application for permanent road closure, Lake Mary Road, Lake Mary. So we'll pass to the Executive Director Infrastructure on this report, or the Manager Engineering Services, whichever would care to deliver the report. Thank you, Tony. This is for the previous one? Sorry? Okay, move to the next item of business, okay. All right, okay.
So I'll move the recommendation from the last one.
Yep.
And then we'd like to second amendment to the report.
All right. Yeah, so councillor, for that, try that again. 12.7, councillor Hutton is moving, and there's no seconder, so it lapses. Okay, and then we're on 12.8. Okay. Tony, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this report is for an application received by the Rural Fire Brigade. Excuse me. It's a proposal to close off a section of road reserve along Lake Mary Road for the purpose of a Rural Fire Brigade storage area. So council officers have assessed and we have no objection to the application, and we believe it would be of benefit to the community. Are there any questions?
The only question that I had to the officer there, did this require public consultation in order as part of that process?
So normally there is no process as such requiring public consultation, unless it's in an area that we believe that would affect the wider community, and then we initiate public consultation.
Yeah, thank you for that response, and just to give you some context to that, I did receive a call from a resident that wasn't aware of it and initially felt as if they should have had the right to perhaps object. However, with some good diplomacy displayed by all those involved, the Rural Fire Brigade out that way, and the neighbour, everybody was happy in the end and supportive of that being built in that area there. So I think the community there have really looked beyond for the greater good of what this will achieve. So that was good on that community's behalf.
So just to clarify, Councillor, council officers, as in council, Livingstone Shire Council doesn't have a requirement for public consultation, but when the applications go to the state government, because the state government, the road reserve is owned, the land is owned by the state government, they carry out the public consultation with the adjoining landowners. So it's not part of our process, it's part of theirs.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Any other questions for Tony before we go for a movement or a second?
Just one observation, Mr Mayor. For the report, no objection to its location, except we can expect a request down the track, not too far down the track, once this is established, for dust mitigation, because it's on a very sharp bend and people do hike around those corners, and it's very high in dust reduction in that particular type of soil. So we need some sort of lots of screening and perhaps an apron at some sort to protect them. So just be prepared for that.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions of Tony before we go to a mover and a seconder? No? Okay. Councillor Mather, would you like to move this report? Okay. Councillor Friend seconding. Thank you. All right. So all in favour? Thank you, councillors. Any against? None? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tony. And brings us to 12.9, and I think wait for the officer. All right, so we welcome David Mazzaferro and Stuart Doak to the room, and we're on 12.9, the Capricorn Coast Memorial Gardens report, Stuart, so we'll throw to you on that one, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This report is a follow-up to the marathon session we had at the briefing session about the current status of the cemetery and where we need to be. The main focus of this report is to look at the previous motion that was adopted back in December 19 in relation to the expression of interest in the future involvement of outsourcing for the private sector. Excuse me. We're also looking at trying to finalise the project and finish it off, because the scope of the project seems to be a little bit larger than what was initially anticipated with the funded project that we submitted the application for. So there's a number of issues covered in the report, which just follows on from the briefing session, and there's a number of recommendations proposed there to look at how we might deal with the future management of the cemetery, the new cemetery, and putting some plans and a progression of plans in place to establish the cemetery so that it can be opened for operation, and how we manage it ongoing. So I'm happy to take any questions. Is there anything coming out of the briefing session previously?
Thank you, Stuart. Councillors, before we go to a move in a second, I have some questions for Stuart.
Mr Mayor, we're looking at 12.9, aren't we? And we're looking at rescinding the motion previously adopted to call for expressions of interest. Because this is a big budget with many aspects to it, I think we really need to have a talk about it before we go into formal discussion, Mr Mayor.
You want to suspend standing orders?
Yes,
Councillor?
please. I hate to do it, but I think we need to do it.
So you're going to move that, Councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Right.
Thank you.
Seconder for suspending standing orders on this one? Councillor Bello, all in favour? Suspending standing orders? Okay. Those against? Right. All right. Carried. All right, Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we were a little premature in call for expressions. We haven't seen a map of the plan. I don't think that's been presented to us yet. In fact, I don't even think it's been completed yet, has it? The plan
Which
for the
plan
cemetery.
are you talking about, Councillor?
The cemetery.
We've got a master plan that's been completed and that's been presented to council previously on a number of occasions.
How long back?
That the briefing session was the most recent time.
I don't think we should rule it out. It's not going to cost us anything. I think we're not in the business of building a cemetery. I mean, we've got one that we acquired through election, but here we are. We need people who know how they should be planned, lay out, if you know what I mean. We need to tap into people who know how things have gone wrong in other places and how they can be improved upon. And perhaps that's happened here, I don't know. But this is an opportunity to get off the ground, excuse the pun, to do things the best we can with a new slate. And I think we need some expertise in this. I mean, I'm not degrading our officers for their opinions, but we really need people who know cemeteries.
Through you, Mr Chair, and to Councillor Mather. The rescinding of the motion is for the invitation for expressions of interest for future management, operation and maintenance of the parklands. And I certainly personally, in my opinion, I believe that it would be far more cost effective for council to obtain that management, operation and maintenance rather than placing it out for tender or for expressions of interest. And I think as the years progress and this particular Memorial Gardens does open, we will have officers that have the knowledge and experience that will be able to look after the parklands, maintain them and manage them within council. And I think it would be far more cost effective than sending it out to a tender at this point. So I personally am in favour for rescinding that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Eastwood.
It looked like we're nearly going to debate there, but yeah, look, just a question. The main purpose of this, Stuart, is to give us more time to complete and bring it up to a higher calibre, I guess. Make sure that it's totally ready before we open it. Is that right?
That's one of the aspects of it. Yes, yeah. That's correct. To give us a bit of time to establish it properly. The involvement of the private sector is, I think it's a worthy future plan, but right now I think in establishing the cemetery, going into some sort of private-public partnership is probably a big step. Given the size of the cemetery, the demands, I don't think you're going to get a reasonable response to it. I mean, that's just my thoughts and other council officers' thoughts, that you're not going to get a really worthwhile response to it. Could be wrong, but you know, we wouldn't think so, based on the number of burials per year and establishing such a large project with a large capital investment up front is you know, I don't think we're going to get the responses we need. I think if we can get it established the way we need to get it established and suitable in a suitable form to be presented to the open to the public, you've got opportunity then to in the future reconsider that approach if you want to go down that path. The current, I guess, private cemeteries are usually in larger centres where there is, you know, there's a market, I suppose, and a market with a potential return. It just doesn't seem feasible for a small cemetery, or the small turnover that you would get in the cemetery. The size of the one we're looking at, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be a feasible exercise. To put the documentation in place, I think is going to be a costly exercise, because if you put something out that's not focused and specific about what you're looking for, you're going to get a huge range of responses, ranging from perhaps Jim's mowing, wanting to do the mowing, somebody else wanting to do landscaping, somebody else wanting to do the excavation. That's not really what we're looking for in what the intent of that original motion was. So, yeah, I don't think we'll get the response we're looking for. We would need to put documentation together that was very comprehensive, especially from a legal perspective, because you'd need to be able to tell people what are the arrangements the contractual arrangements they're going to enter into to undertake this public-private partnership. They would obviously be looking at it from a commercial perspective. They'd need a rate of return and that type of thing. The big issue would be if somebody entered into it and fell over, the business fell over after a period of time. You don't want to be going through legal hassles of trying to get access to the cemetery to continue the service when you've got legal loopholes or legal wrangles going on where you might not be able to get access to it. So I think the legal aspects of the contractual arrangements you need to put in place up front to go for an expression of interest, so that proponents will know what they're in for, is a fairly big exercise, and probably could be a fairly costly exercise to put the legal part of it together. Then you've got the contractual risks ongoing, as we've mentioned.
Excuse me, Stuart, sorry to
No, you're right.
jump in there. Perhaps just to elaborate a bit further though, does that mean by doing this process, council's able to perhaps be more flexible or nimble in its approach, and sort of take the steps that are critical to take at a point where we're able to, rather than, in order to go to market, you need to take that real commitment to provide, as you say, accurate documents and plans and what have you, which we're perhaps not really ready to do. But this is a way of us taking back and making the necessary steps at the best appropriate times.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, that was my interpretation as well, Councillor Valley. There's no, like, if this is adopted, there's no degree of permanency around this. We can come back and revisit this in terms of whether we go to expressions of interest again in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess one aspect, and I take on board Councillor Mather's comments, one aspect that I am keen to see is this cemetery start to progress, something actually starting to happen. So if we take control of it at this stage and do what we're planning to do within this recommendation, then at least something's starting to happen. But no degree of permanency around the resolution about expressions of interest. We can come back and revisit that.
I did read it in the policy there somewhere, Stuart. You've got 2 to 3 years or 3 to 4 years of capacity in the existing cemeteries. What was it? 2 to 3, okay.
I think 2 to 3 is what I've been told.
Yep.
What the cemeteries people have looked at and can establish in the short term in both the Emu Park and the Yeppoon Cemetery. We can probably get another couple of years, 2 to 3 years out of it.
Through you, Mr Chair. Stuart, how many burials per year are we looking at for the new memorial gardens initially?
The current burial rate is about 38 per year on average. It ranges from over the last 10 years between 25 per year to 50 per year. So on average it's been about 38 per year.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question about the report says there are obviously future staffing implications. Because this is going to be such a big job when it starts, there's going to be construction, there's going to be maintenance. So we'll need dedicated staff for this one. You just can't leave it and go and do the other cemeteries and come back, because this is a work in action that will go on. So have we worked out, and we need to be able to have a business that's going to be viable enough to be able to pay for those extra staff. Now, I don't know what others feel, but I feel that the cremator is one aspect of the business that's going to be instrumental in providing us those resources. I know it's going to be I know it's a costly one, but I mean, have we done the exercise as to how many people go to Rockhampton now for that service? We need to have it here.
I'm not aware of how many are going to Rockhampton versus, I mean, all cremations now are going to Rockhampton because we don't have something here. That's anyway. Right. A crematorium would be a fairly expensive exercise, and on the current site we don't have power. It would have to be a gas-fired type establishment. I would expect, and we haven't looked at any ongoing details because that's a future stage. It's nominated in the master plan as being 10 or 20 years out. If we were to look at it ourselves, I mean, if somebody was interested in establishing it and could establish it as a commercial business, then that would be something you would seriously consider. I would imagine.
And I see that service as part of the income. Sounds a little bit callous, but as part of the income for offsetting the additional staff that we would be required to pay and the upkeep of that facility. That's why I'm saying perhaps expressions of interest a little bit premature, which I opened up with, but I think we need input from those people, as you just said. They'd be able to tell us how many and what the cost would be and so forth, those sort of things, because that's helping our industry as well, you see, because it is going to be costly, and we don't need another operation that we're going to have to put money into but get nothing out of, you see.
Well, I think, at the moment we've got sort of 40 burials / interments per year, and that includes cremations. So, and I think it's 70-30% or something of that nature at the moment. So there's not a big number of cremations happening at the local cemeteries here either. So it's, it doesn't appear to be, without sort of looking at the detail, it doesn't appear to be something that would be commercially viable at the moment. And the market will determine that, based on being able to establish a crematorium here, and it's probably, my thoughts would be there's probably a private sector thing anyway, but the private sector would have the information and be able to determine whether or not it's viable to establish one here, and whether it's on the site out there at the cemetery, new cemetery site, or whether it's somewhere else.
Did we ever do any exercise to ascertain what's going to Rockhampton? Like cremations?
I'm not aware of that, no.
No. That's one of the things the funeral industry would know. That's their business. That's their core business. So we need to know that information. The other one too, power. We need a chapel of some sort. People can have their services there rather than have to go from A to B to C. And something where the rain, you don't need your umbrellas. But power and water are essential. Have we done exercise to see what those costs are going to be?
Yeah, all that information was in that previous briefing report that we had. We've got power to the site. We've got single phase power. It's unlikely that there would be any high voltage power or three-phase power to the site in the foreseeable future. And I recall Phil McCone talking to Ergon early in the piece about the potential to get three-phase power there or high voltage power through there. And they have got plans for it, but it could be 20 years henceforth when Mullumbin Road goes through. They will put a trunk main through there a long time before we can get access to that.
And water, how would you go for water there?
The water supply at the moment, we're actually drilling another test bore today. We have one successful one, even though it's still a little brackish. It's not too bad, but it's not wonderful. And they're drilling another one today to determine whether we've got a better quality one. And the drillers are telling us that they think it would be better quality, but I guess we'll find out today.
Because the quality of the gardens will depend on the quality of the water.
That's right.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think there's still a lot of homework to be done as far as those type of things go.
I think there are. Yeah, there is, I think.
Yes. Thanks, Stuart.
Right, councillors, we done with, all right, so we vote to resume standing orders. Thank you. Councillor Mather. All right. All right. Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. All right, councillors, we're back in standing orders now. And we have the recommendation in 4 parts.
Sorry, Mr Chair, if I could ask a question, which portfolio would this come under?
Councillor Eastwood's portfolio.
Councillor, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Moving Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour?
Any debate, Mr Chair?
Oh, sorry. Well, I figured we'd add it in the. Yeah. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just briefly, I do believe this is a common sense approach. We need to make sure that we've got all our ducks in a row and that we're all ready to open and at a high standard. And if we go ahead dishing it out to the private sector and then things go egg-shaped, then we're going to be in trouble. So this brings it back to us and a very capable council staff team. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Anyone would like to speak for the motion? Thank you. All right. Well, then we'll go to the vote, councillors. So, all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stuart. Thanks, Dave. Councillors, that brings us to 12.10, response to the Mayoral Minute in relation to the Keppel Kraken. And the recommendation here is that Council proceed with community consultation on the Keppel Kraken softfall and options as discussed in the Council briefing session on the 4th of August 2020 and close off the Mayoral Minute. So the Executive Director Infrastructure has just joined us. Thank you, Michael. Welcome back. Like a yo-yo, isn't it? In and out. So I've just gone through the recommendation on this report, the Mayoral Minute in relation to the Keppel Kraken, Michael. So, councillors, before we go to debate on this, are there any questions for the Executive Director?
No questions, Mr Mayor, but just an observation. It makes mention there that Kraken commenced in December 15 after an extended design, review and construction period. The end-to-end phases of this project were overseen by a project control group who were the decision makers of the design and type of construction of the site. I've had on good authority, Mr Mayor, that there were concerns expressed by that group at the time about the possible dangers. So I don't know if it's fair to think to or imply that this group were responsible for what we've ended up with today. That's just an observation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. I don't know that apart from perhaps the 4 councillors, returned councillors, I don't have any information on this at all. No. All right. So I'll just note your comment, councillor. Thank you. All right. So any questions for Michael on this report before we go to debate?
Any question that I have for Michael in relation to the actual motion where it refers to council proceed with community consultation, the Keppel Cracker softball option as discussed in the council. So what was discussed in the council briefing session, that will be made clear to the public, will it, to inform their that community consultation process?
Through the Mayor, yes, that's correct, Councillor. Once we resolve to go to community engagement, our officers will synthesise the material that we provided to the councillors in the briefing session. There were, from memory, about 6 different options. So we will put forward to the community those options with some of the commentary around each of the pros and cons, and we'll allow the community to debate that and provide some feedback to us, and we'll bring that back to the council.
The only question I would have then, probably a request more than anything, is whatever is condensed that is going to go out on behalf of what councillors discussed at the briefing session, if we could be made available of that prior to it going out, just so I believe that we should be approving ultimately whatever goes out if it's going out on our behalf as options that we have considered. Is that reasonable?
Through the Mayor, yes, I think that's reasonable. I don't have an issue with that.
Also through the Mayor, when going to public consultation, will you also be giving them the financials and the costs of what it is to replace the softball, like softball in regards to maybe a 6 to 10 year time frame?
Yes, through the Mayor, that's exactly right. To have a full and honest debate with the community, we need to provide them with the options and also with the pros and cons, as I said, and also the costings and the whole of life cost, the maintenance cost, that type of thing. That's very important in our decision.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael. It's all about being transparent and open. So, councillors, any other questions for Michael? Councillor Hutton.
Just one further one, and rather it's an observation or a request, is one of the things that was missing from our report was any sort of participation rate at that facility, but in the conversation, officers did say that there is a collection of data that's taken as to people who are using that site on a headcount basis. I think that data would be useful to provide to the community as well.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, I'll move this one, seeing it's in relation to a Mayoral minute of mine. Seconded. Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, now.
Well, this Councillor Lynch, I thought she was moving. Would you?
You're going to sit?
As Councillor for Vibrant Communities,
Okay. So we'll change the seconder to Councillor Lynch, please, Justine. Very chivalrous of you, Councillor. Hello.
Strategic.
All right. So, councillors, I think there's been a lot said and done around the issues in relation to the Kraken and potential risks and safety hazards around there. I don't propose to sort of discuss it any further unless Councillor Lynch wishes to as well. So I'll just ask if anyone else wishes to speak for the motion. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Okay, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried. Okay. Thanks, Michael. So, item 13.1. Now, councillors, questions and statements, motions on notice from councillors. This one's in relation to a question on notice from Councillor Friend apropos the environmental levy. The recommendation here that questions on notice be received and a report providing a response to the councillors' questions be presented to a council meeting. Councillor, you'll obviously move this, Councillor Friend. All right, so we'll go to debate straight up, I think, on this one. So Moving Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. As the portfolio holder for environment, vector, pests, waste and recycling, I would like to know more about the environmental levy. Every ratepayer pays this levy, and we do it for the benefit of the environment and the beautiful place we live. We've said in other meetings that we have the second largest coastline in Queensland. We have people who are dedicated in our community, volunteers that look after our pristine environment. And this environmental levy is broken down into the different sections, so each section gets a certain amount of the pie, the money. What I'd like to know is where specifically and in detail these funds are going to. I do have a question for acting CEO, Ms. Ellis, and these are not, and it's not a question that's on these questions of notice. So I just want to know, each of these departments that are noted in the environmental levy have a standard budget, is that correct? They have a standard budget every financial year. So these departments receive a certain amount of money.
Correct.
Great. That's what I thought. And would it be safe to say that this environmental levy would be extra initiatives on top of that particular budget?
That's not correct.
Okay, could you explain that, please? And may I sit down?
Sure. In the resolution on separate charges, it was clearly articulated that the natural environment separate charge offsets the costs associated with the variety of initiatives.
Okay. For example, excuse me just for a moment. What's the difference between natural resource management, pest, vector and waste initiatives for our community? What's the difference with those particular departments for the environmental levy?
Councillor Friend, I guess we're moving into a different sort of territory here. The purpose of questions on notice is for you to speak to your questions on notice. Then it's up to the officers to provide a response.
Okay.
Following the receipt of the questions on notice itself.
Thank you. And just for the community listening, I am still learning. So thanks so much. So I'm interested to find out where specifically the amount of dollars are going for each of these particular departments, as I've pre-mentioned. And also I want to know specifically what sustainability means within these departments and which department does that particularly fall under. And I think it's really great for us to know moving forward for our future budgets what we're discussing when we discuss the environmental levy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So in terms of this question on notice, you've all had the opportunity to read it. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak against the questions on notice? Anyone for?
As the seconder, may I speak to the motion,
Yeah,
please?
I'm just coming to you, Councillor Mather. Anyone for?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, Mr Mayor, I'd like to commend the good councillor for asking these questions because it will teach us all something at the end of the exercise. We all acknowledge that the environmental levy will be going to a good cause wherever it goes, and I don't doubt that the officers know where it needs to go once it hits those departments. When we trust the officers to financially apportion that, we don't know where that money goes exactly. And that's my concern. How are the funds apportioned when they're allocated? And I can understand where the councillor is going, the mover is going, because it's just to clarify what we think we know, and really when we don't know it at all. So this is going to be a good exercise. How are the allocated funds apportioned on each of the departments? And my other question, is a separate budget kept to track this expenditure in each of these departments? And I think once we get to the bottom of this, and it might take a couple of exercises, I'm sure we trust the officers, but we just need to know that we can explain to people, because we certainly do have those questions in the public, because their expectations may be a little different to ours. And that's what we need to do, get them on sync. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you. Moving on to 13.2, and coming to Great Keppel Island has just jogged my memory, councillors. I believe at 1:30 on the foreshore, the Minister for State Development, Tourism and Innovation, Councillor, sorry, I beg your pardon, Minister Kate Jones is going to make an announcement in relation to Great Keppel Island. And I was just going to suggest that perhaps we adjourn the meeting around that time to go and have a listen as to what those announcements may be. Yeah, so just with that in mind, I shall now...
We could be finished before then, Mr Mayor.
Well, you never know your luck. Never know your luck, Councillor Hutton, do you? So 13.2, a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to Great Keppel Island, and the recommendation is that Council instigates a working group with potential government and private sector partners and or island-related businesses with the explicit agenda of cataloguing and addressing the tourism infrastructure challenges which require attention to allow the island to achieve its current potential. Councillor Hutton, can I pass to you? Would like to speak to that.
Yes, Mr Mayor, but just before we do, I do have to declare a conflict of interest. It's not an MPI, but the Yeppoon Lions Club, of which I am a president, has actually has two current leases on Great Keppel Island amongst the leaseholders. The decision that we're talking about today has no material benefit in terms of the financial arrangements because they're a long-term arrangement already, but I wish to declare it for the benefit of the community.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, have no issue with that?
When we spoke before about groups and being involved with groups, this is what I was referring to, because I understand, and it's right, that the Lions Club does have interest in land over there. And I think if we're looking at promoting tourism on the land and generating income, and no doubt the land that the Lions would own would also benefit. Indirectly, directly. That's where I thought the conflict might have come in, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I think the conversation previously, as you would recall, councillors, was about, I suppose, councillors' expenses in relation to membership of those groups. I'm not sure, I don't think this actually relates to that, so go ahead, Councillor Hutton, thank you.
In light of Councillor Maver's concerns, I am happy to remove myself from the decision making, but would like the opportunity to present the motion for the benefit of councillors, recognising that it's very hard to have anyone explain a motion who's not written it.
Well, Councillor, I think around the table, I'm not sure whether anyone has any real objections to you remaining in the room. So whether you wish to leave is entirely your call, but we'll respect your certainly your ability to present your argument.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I requested this motion that Council instigate a working group with potential government and private sector partners and or island-related businesses with the explicit agenda of cataloguing and addressing the tourism infrastructure challenges which require attention to allow the island to achieve its current potential. As someone who in recent months in the post-COVID age has travelled to Great Keppel Island probably more times than I have in the preceding 5 years, you will become aware of the infrastructure challenges faced. We have photos just last week from Councillor Friend in regards to lookout, signage in regards to the footpaths around the islands. The footpaths themselves around the islands are quite challenged. Now, in acknowledging those things, that there are significant small-scale tourism challenges, we also know that Council has invested $75,000 through this latest round of Works for Queensland to try and help some of those challenges relating to waste. We know that the last term of Council invested in the public ablutions block, which was a great benefit, and we know that those things have made a difference. So I personally have always believed that a lot of the things that should have been done as general maintenance or upkeep of the island have been in that grey area of, well, are they the responsibility of the people who own the resort land, or are they the responsibility of the council, or are they the responsibility of the community, national parks, whatever. And we've always assumed that, well, once the island gets sorted out in terms of the resort, these things will naturally fall away and be sorted. However, in a post-COVID age, when we are seeing much more localised tourism, when we are seeing many more people choosing to spend time in their own backyard, I no longer feel that we're in a place where we can leave resolution of some of these issues to a future decision making. And that's, I'm not speaking about upgrading facilities, but really trying to just make it reach its current potential. You know, to have paths where there is no signage to direct people which way they're following if they're going to this place or that place is a real challenge, or to have signage that's fallen over. All of these things need to be maintained, and if it is as we've called it, and as our federal members called it, our jewel in the crown, then I think it's important that we as a council facilitate a conversation regardless of who's got to pay for it, and regardless of the fact that there's no budget to do it from our perspective at this point. We need to actually start helping bring people together and advocating for this to be resolved, because we all know its potential, we all know its capacity, but at the moment it's, you know, it's a bridesmaid who's wearing a dress that's out of date by at least 10 years, and the reason it's out of date is because it's been left waiting for the groom to show up.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Has that been moved and seconded or not? No.
Not yet, no. So before we go to debate on this, any questions of Councillor Hutton?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to know that whether the upgrade or the attention to rundown facilities would relate to public areas that under council responsibility, or would it be also include private facilities, including the subject of the lease? Is this council-owned land or government land that we are responsible for, or would it incorporate private enterprise land?
I think by the nature of the working group incorporating both government and private enterprise, I'm reflecting that it's a whole of island response, so looking at a holistic response, because as I said, we have in places allowed other people to maintain or reduce their maintenance, as well as some areas which may be murky in the greyness of, is it state government, is it local government? It's not been maintained as well as it should. So by bringing everyone together under that tent, we can then work on actually addressing these one by one, even if it is, you know, addressing signage, addressing the paths. Maybe one of the suggestions from one of the island residents was actually getting a group of the residents from out at the correctional facility, just as they've been doing projects here on the coast, maybe the opportunity to take them over and getting them to do some of the work of actually redeveloping or reinstating some of the paths to a higher state would be of benefit to the community, as well as giving them an opportunity to do some good service to their community.
I'd be careful on that one, you might never find them again.
It may help reduce our goat problem.
Well, I asked the question, Mr Mayor, because as you know, Councillor Friend and I were over there only a week ago, and when we're talking about walkways and lookouts, it would take millions of dollars to bring them into any sort of standard. It's embarrassing to anybody walking there as to what is there. It's rugged, it's dangerous. You wouldn't take a horse there for injury. So I think this probably needs to be a little bit more explicit in what it's doing, because it does venture into land that doesn't belong to us. It's not under our responsibility, but I understand where you're coming from. We try and help businesses where we can, but I think this probably needs a little bit more specific attention, because I don't want to see us spend time or money or give people the wrong perception that they can help when it's not under our jurisdiction or our responsibility, and certainly not under our budget.
Yeah, I take on board your question or query, and I think the benefit of cataloguing them is just as we've done in the response to the fires, and just as we've done in response to the community feedback that we get at community meetings. There are things that we will only be the advocate for, so we'll be there. But there are ways that we can actually help government organisations or not-for-profits, or even it might be private enterprise on the island, actually chase grants and opportunities. We may choose to invest some of the money that we receive in future opportunities, but until we have a catalogue to say, hey, these are the identified things that need to be addressed, and even some sort of rough budget attached to them, saying, hey, we know that signage on the island or in this lookout's going to cost at least this much to fix, no one's able to progress that. So I think if we can play that role as both an actor and as an advocate, then it means that we're enhancing the benefit for the holistic outcome for the island.
I'd certainly like to second the motion.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton before we go to debate? All right, so Councillor Hutton, are you happy to stay and move your motion?
I will remove myself from the decision-making process, but appreciate the opportunity to share the motion and also to take on board any questions. So thank you, councillors.
Just for the record, Mr Mayor, if anybody, not just Councillor Hutton, but anybody who is advocating a conflict or a potential conflict shouldn't even introduce the motion.
I think it really was, it was fair for him to explain what he was about.
Well, that's part of the rule, Mr Chairman. You don't. You declare it and you leave, if that's the case, or you stay and do the whole thing.
I'm sorry, Councillor Mayoral, I disagree that under the rules it actually says that where there's a benefit in having the councillor provide advice or answer questions, they may remain, but they cannot be part of the decision making, which is what I'm doing, is removing myself from that decision making.
Well, I could argue on that, but I won't.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, Councillor Bello, seeing you prepared to second, are you now prepared to move this one?
Yeah, very comfortable to move it, Mr Chair.
All right, seconded, Councillor Lynch. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, just very briefly, and I'll read you an excerpt from an email that I responded to the developers Ultim, who emailed through asking council what was the latest, is there anything happening, really appreciate your support, that sort of thing. And in responding, I touched on, whilst I am not a passionate gambler by any stretch, this is referring to the casino that was proposed, I was and still am passionate about GKI reaching its potential. And the question I put to Ultim is, what is the tipping points that will trigger this development? I hope that Livingstone Shire Council can do their bit towards what is needed. And the reason I read that is I believe there is a tipping point that needs to be reached, and perhaps today with the Minister's announcement that may well be a significant tipping point. But from Council's perspective, I would hope that we can do whatever we can within our capacity and within our budgetary constraints to try and move the momentum and the weight towards that tipping point so that we get a better outcome on Great Keppel Island. And I think the good councillor has put forward something that, unless you start, you don't know where you're going to get. And who knows what could come from this. And perhaps the terms of reference could be established. But ultimately, it's not over-promising. It's implying that the intent to try and collect everybody's views that want to be interested and try and move it more towards that tipping point. So on that grounds, I'm more than happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that the matter be referred to the next briefing session to identify the lands on which we are dealing with. I don't have a problem per se with the need for a working group or to identify the issues, but I'd like to know which lands we're dealing with, because when we start talking about lookouts and paths, walking paths, we're on somebody else's land.
Yeah, I think the intent of the recommendation, Councillor, is that we're not necessarily looking at land per se. We're looking at developing a list of what needs to be done there on Great Keppel Island to enhance it. And that's my take on it. So unless councillors have a different view.
It was actually specified in the motion, in the background to the motion.
But I'm taking the motion as I'm reading it, though, that council instigates a working group with potential government and private sector partners and or island-related businesses with the explicit agenda of cataloguing and addressing the tourism infrastructure challenges which require attention to allow the island to achieve its current potential. I'm just reading that as cataloguing and addressing the tourism infrastructure challenges, which is essentially a list.
Yeah, well, what the mover was looking for and referring to are walkways and lookouts and that sort of thing, and that's not on our land. That's why I'm saying that we need to be specific about the land we're looking at, and we don't want to make the charter so wide that they venture into territory. Sure, there's a lot of work that needs to be done and there's a lot of money that needs to go into it. But I think we just don't want to give the false hope that the gate's open and, yes, we'll find all these things that need to be fixed.
No, I take what you're saying, Councillor Mather, but my interpretation again is we're developing a list of what needs to be done, and then from that list we approach, or whoever approaches, the relevant authorities that are in charge of that. So if it's a piece of land, it's a pathway, you talk to the state government. If it's something to do with rubbish collection, you talk to council, for example. That's the way I'm reading this. Councillors? All right. So do you want to move your procedural motion, Councillor? All right, so Councillor Mather's moving a procedural motion that this actually be referred to next briefing session.
To identify which lands that would be.
All right. Seconder? It lapses, Councillor, for us, the want of a seconder. Procedural motions? Don't need a seconder? All right, okay. All right, so, all right, we're going to the vote on this one. All right. So, those in favour of the motion? Councillor Mather? All right, those against? All right, sorry, Councillor Mather, that one's lost. Back to the motion in question, or the recommendation in question. So, that Council instigates a working group with potential government and private sector partners and/or island-weighted businesses with the explicit agenda of cataloguing and addressing the tourism infrastructure challenges which require attention to allow the island to achieve its current potential. All right, so Councillor Bello, you moved that one. Councillor Lynch seconded. We'll go. Do you want to speak to that again, Councillor Bello? No? Not this point, just okay. Councillor Lynch?
Yeah, just quickly, I actually commend Councillor Hutton on this notice of motion. I think will be a great collaboration between the government, private sectors and council. As we all know, the Keppel Islands are absolutely stunning, and if we can collaborate together, put a catalogue of issues together, I think it'd be seen greatly within the community that we're moving forward in addressing these issues on the island. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. All right, anyone wish to speak to the motion further? All right, we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. So all in favour?
Mr Chair, if I could, David. If you wouldn't mind, I think it is important for council and the audience to understand that that motion, in my opinion, is not being then empowered with the ability to make decisions about things that this table doesn't support ultimately. So the insurance policy is, despite what potentially this group may recommend or believe or come up with, the table here is the ultimate decision makers. So that's the insurance policy we have, and we can take comfort in that. That's how I rationalise it, and I'm quite comfortable with supporting it. Thank you.
Well, if I can perhaps clarify something you just said, Councillor Bello, we are the decision makers in relation to things pertaining to local government on the island. There are a number of issues over there that are state jurisdiction that we have no control over. But certainly, as I've said before, this in my mind is just about creating a list of things that need to be done according to the stakeholders on the island. All right, so Council, we're going to the vote. All in favour on this one? Those against? Carried. Yeah, we'll get Councillor Hutton back in. All right, councillors, we're on to 13.3, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to 25 years of friendship between Central Queensland and Singapore. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your recommendation?
Yes, thanks, councillors. So, as you'll be aware, that it's actually this year is the 26th year. However, well, this year will be we're finishing the 25th and coming into the 26th year of Singapore Army visiting Shoalwater Bay, and notwithstanding the existing work where I understand that councils, both Rockhampton and Livingstone, are looking at doing something in terms of providing a government-to-government level gift, I thought it would be worthwhile us investigating, or at least having a conversation around the potential benefit in engaging our communities in recognition of this. Though for 25 years they've been investing in our community. For 25 years we've been welcoming them in our community. For 25 years we've had people-to-people interactions occurring between Livingstone and Central Queensland residents, obviously because they come from Gladstone, they come from Rockhampton, they come from Livingstone, and spend time in all of those places. We all benefit from it. I really think that it would be to our benefit to be starting planning now and thinking about what can we do and engage our community. It may be that one of our library sessions next year when they do the Armchair Traveller could be around Singapore, so we're providing an opportunity for our community and people who've been there to share that. It may be that we actually have something where we get our schools engaged with, maybe they both write about a common topic, or maybe they do poetry. I don't know what the breadth of it could be, but I felt that there's an opportunity for us to do something special at a government level, but we also then need to bring our communities along because they've always been the partners in this, and I thought that this might be a way of progressing that agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Before we go to debate, are there any questions for Councillor Hutton? Okay, Councillor Hutton.
It's not virtually a question, but I don't know if anybody's heard that the Singaporeans may be planning to leave the area after the next exercise. Has anybody heard that?
This is a public meeting.
Yeah. Anybody heard that? No, just asking.
Yeah, just caution you on that.
While we're celebrating. That's good to celebrate.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Hutton, I take it you're moving?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seconder on this one? I'll second it, Justine. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, you've got to speak to it again?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I think it's important that in celebrating these 25 years or this 26 years of our friendship that's existing, that we're also looking to the future, and the future is in our community, and it's about that relationship. In recent years there have been some struggles relating to Shoalwater Bay, the expansion of Shoalwater Bay, and all those things which are really not about the people of these two places or these two communities. And there'll be 25 years worth of Singaporeans who've had the experience, who've been coming over as troops or officers to our communities and being engaged, and will have fond memories of that. So maybe it's, engaging with Rockhampton Regional Council to do something in Singapore where there's actually a shopping centre display reminding them of Central Queensland and where they've been in the past. I think there's lots of opportunity here. It's up for us to determine, along with our partners, as to where we may take this. But thinking outside the box is something that I believe that this council prides itself on, but also that we can do in collaboration with others to celebrate this milestone both locally and with the people of Singapore.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
Because my area took in Shoalwater Bay, I was fortunate to be invited to Singapore with the then mayor and another councillor. They're good neighbours. They're good people. They've been through hell and high water during the war, but they've come back to rule. We could learn so much from them. And ever since that visit in 2008, I've been to every function they've invited me to here in Rockhampton, and I've always given them the indication that their troops here visiting us from the camp have always been on their best behaviour and are a credit to them as ambassadors for their country. Their ministers love to hear that. because they've been warned, the boys have been warned, and the girls have been warned to do the right thing. And I've assured the ministers at every occasion that they have always done that. And that warms their heart and I tell them they're always welcome here. And I really mean that from my heart because they're good people, as I said.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to the resolution? Councillor Bello.
I do, Mr. Chair. It's interesting that Australia and Singapore have had a relationship even much longer than Livingstone and Singapore. In 1971, Singapore and Australia have been partners in the firepower defence arrangements and have a strong bilateral defence relationship. And I think it is a very important initiative that Councillor Hutton's put forward to make it as clear as we can in whatever format we determine is going to allow for that to let them know that they're exceptionally welcome, they're exceptionally honoured within our community, and they share so many of our values as members of the Commonwealth as well. And I think that anything that can make our bonds stronger is well worth the effort, so more than comfortable to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. And I think most of the councillors around the table would echo that sentiment. The relationship with Singapore is treasured by Livingstone. They are a very gentle, respectful people, and we certainly welcome them into our community because they do contribute significantly in lots of different ways. So, councillors, I'm assuming debate is now closed, so we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a move by Councillor Hutton, seconded by myself. All in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. We have 13.4, Councillors, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to neighbourhood pride entry signage. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to this one, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the leave of the table, I'd like to move that Council seek a report to be provided a briefing session investigating the policy or the procedural change necessary and the costs of maintaining neighbourhood entry signage across the Shire. This report is sought knowing that we've now got a substantial period before the next budget needs to be considered, and so if it does have financial implications, I'd like us to have the benefit of time to consider it in the context of that and not be doing something at the last minute as we approach the next budget period. So I thought earlier the better, knowing that the CFO will be getting us underway very shortly with some of the high level thinking as opposed to maybe some of these minor.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions of Councillor Hutton? Okay, so Councillor Hutton, you're moving this one?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
And a seconder, thank you. Councillor Lynch, thank you. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thanks. So generally we recognise that signature signage is placed along entry statement gardens as a unique identifier to when estates open up. If we think back to Ocean View, if we think back to the Club Estate, the Olive Estate, these estates in their starting phase or the development phase look to create a sense of place which gives pride to the people who move there, and it sets in a lot of ways. It sets a psychological standard as to the gardens and things that they see around them, guides them as to what's the expectation in their presentation of their homes and areas. Keppel Bay Estate's another fantastic example. These are generally paid for by developers and seek to lift the profile of a neighbourhood and provide that psychological link, but also give people a sense of ownership and home and connection to that neighbourhood community. Once estates move out of their development phase and generally become a consolidation phase, these are no longer managed or operated by the developer but become a burden on council and the community. And so we can see that across the Shire there's a range of different places where they've either been maintained really well through community partnerships or where they've been not managed quite so well. When I've asked questions around this, I've been told that there is an implication in terms of budget and standard of service, and that I really wanted us to investigate that and look at it and see, well, is this part of what makes and creates a sense of neighbourhood and a sense of pride. And if the cost is, dramatic, or if the cost is very small, let's identify it so we can have that conversation around how do we support neighbourhoods in having a sense of identity and having a sense of pride, which I think, has been spoken many times by different councillors at different council meetings is something that we all aspire for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the motion? No? Councillor Lynch, would you like to speak for it?
Yeah, just briefly, I just think once we find out the cost of these and we can decide on it, but these little things make our Shire quite unique, and I think it's a wonderful idea to bring forward, so thanks, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I'll just point out to members of the gallery and also those live streaming that this is not a commitment by council to spend resources on signage as yet. It is just a recommendation to get a report back from officers on the cost of doing this and the logistics around it. So the only cost at this point in time will be the officers' cost in preparing the report. And any further expenditure will be considered as part of the budgetary process. So, councillors, we'll close the debate on this. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Lynch. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, all right. Okay. Right. Councillors, I'm informed that lunch is here, so did you wish to take a break at this point in time? Bearing in mind, we probably need to go down to the foreshore at 1:30 to listen to Kate Jones's announcement. Yes. Yeah. Right. So we break for lunch now? Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, motion to move out. Thank you, mover. Break for lunch, second. Councillor Mather. Oh, tight one here. Seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the lengthy delay. We had a press release, press media statement on the foreshore about Great Keppel Island, which we all just attended. So the information will obviously be available through the media sources later this evening. So we're on 13.5, councillors. It's a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to election signage. And Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your report?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. So, election signage has been a bugbear of mine for quite some time, particularly where you see signage on trees or in inappropriate locations or not necessarily following the rules. And I believe that there's an education part that needs to be played here, which is where I've suggested that we instigate a briefing for upcoming candidates at the state election. But more importantly, after the state election, we will be the furthest away from any election that we could be. So we're the furthest away from another state election, which will be 4 years. We'll be just short of, just over 3 years away from a local government election and just short of 1.5 years to 2 years for a federal government election. So if we wanted to look at our signage rules and either improve them or change them, the time to bring all the parties together in terms of the political parties, the candidates, and those people who've got a vested interest in this field, it's always going to be problematic around elections. So by doing it post the state government election, that's the best time for us, and it gives us the opportunity to be maybe probably a little bit more conscious and aware as we're looking around during the lead up and the state election period itself, what we're seeing, what we like, what we don't like, and asking our community to do the same, so that post that we can actually have a real look at how do our rules work, how do the rules that Team R provide work, and then what do we want to see in our community. Every shire or council has different rules associated with it. This is just an opportunity for us to really get on the front foot and make sure that we are providing that education to candidates, but then post-election, look at what do we want signage and election signage to look like in our communities into the future, furthest away from any election and any conflict.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. If I can just offer a comment too, councillors, support Councillor Hutton's recommendation in this one, because during the election campaign I found personally the rules around signage very confusing. In terms of state regulation, it was out there, but I had difficulty understanding what the local government regulations around signage were. So I think it's probably opportune for us to review this at this point in time, given that we do have time, as Councillor Hutton suggests, between or after the state election going forward, to actually get this right and out there and communicated and engaged with the community. So I commend Councillor Hutton for his motion on this one. Councillors, any questions to Councillor Hutton before we go to debate?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Hutton, have you actually looked on our website or spoken to our local law officers in relation to the bylaws, local laws for signage, and you find that it's not clear, or?
I have, and I find opportunity for improvement, and that's ultimately what I'm seeking, is through the process of the state election and then post that we can make improvement. Previously, maybe about 3 years ago, we sought to go down this path of investigating it. However, it wasn't followed through because there was a perceived conflict with a forthcoming election at a different, I think it was the federal government was called very quickly to an election. And I just feel that it's an unfinished piece of business that we can do better, and I'd like to see us try.
Certainly. So I just want to make, before I make my decision, I just want to find out, and I'm echoing, I just want to find out, so you're advocating for local government council to liaise with TMR, Transport Main Roads?
Engage with the community. I think when it comes back to the Livingstone Community Plan, it talks about balancing the wants and needs, and obviously visual amenity is really important to our community. So getting that balance is never going to be easy, especially in the hot seat in terms of elections. So waiting till after an election to have that capacity, I think, is the best way to engage community stakeholders, as well as the political parties and candidates who may be affected, so that we can come to hopefully what will be a consensus of this is the Livingstone way.
Thank you, Councillor.
Take it back. We're not talking local government here, we're talking state election. Second line. Council instigates a briefing with potential candidates and/or parties for the forthcoming Queensland election.
And the second, that we instigate post the Queensland election. that we partner with community stakeholders to review our signage regulations. So there's no way we could do anything, Councillor, prior to the election. I think that would be seen as interfering and at risk of being perceived of, it doesn't matter what we would do, it would be taken poorly by all involved. But by using this opportunity to being consciously aware of what's going on around us, we can see how the processes currently work, what is easy to follow, what's not, to post the election, engage with the community and say, hey, how can we do better? Or what change do we want? Maybe there's no change needed, but it's a worthy conversation to have, and you kind of can't do it until you're in the rearview mirror.
I'm like, unless I've got it wrong, you mentioned before that there's room for improvement. Now, what we need to do is probably discuss it first to see what needs to be improved, if it needs to be improved. We haven't done that yet. We're talking about briefing potential candidates who are going to be representatives of the state. I would think that they would pick up the phone or go and have a look and see what the laws are to see what's required of them. But if we're going to educate them, we need to make sure that if we're dealing with the state election, we can make recommendations to the state. But if we're dealing with local government election, it's not really what it says here. We still need to have a talk to them before we go and engage with anybody. That's how I see it. We go in to talk to candidates when we don't even identify anything that's gone wrong yet.
I suppose, Councillor, I would say that proactive education around what the existing rules are is a good thing. So knowing that we are coming up to an election period proactively, and I know that the acting CEO prior to the local government elections did the same thing for all candidates at our election, seeking to provide us with some information around what the rules were. So I would say that it's a good thing to proactively engage with state candidates. But I also want to bring to the attention of the community and the broader community, as well as candidates and people involved with elections at all levels, that post the election we'd like to have a look at our processes to see if there are any opportunities to improve or any changes that we could make. Ultimately, I don't necessarily believe that we need wholesale change or that I have all the answers, but I believe that when we bring political parties, people who've been candidates, people who in the community go, I just can't stand seeing people's faces on the walls for 6 months or whatever it is that they personally find either egregious or pleasing about the presence of faces on the sides of roads, then we're going to come to a Livingstone consensus as to what we would like signage to look like. And the best time to do that is after an election, not before.
Well, that's why I think we need to review the policy around signage, for us anyway, and state if you want, because you'd need to go to the state to make the changes. But I think we'd need to review the policy to get a consensus from all the members here to see what needs to be changed, if anything. That's just my thought. Because we're sort of bringing people in to educate them, yet we don't even know what needs to be said.
Just a question, if I may, if Councillor Mader's finished there, to Councillor Hutton. So just to clarify, it's to invite potential candidates for the upcoming state election to come and meet with Livingstone so that we can explain to them what our policy is currently in order for them to be, compliant or
So explicit education. Yep.
on what currently is our policy on signage, what have you, both on, say, local roads and that have the state roads, which is up to another entity.
Well, we could invite them to come along.
Yeah, so to try and improve the process of the state election in terms of signage around our shire.
I think first and foremostly it is around that education, like that explicit education, to try and make sure, because if we're going to judge our processes to look for change, you'd want it to be working its best it can be. So if we didn't educate anyone and then afterwards went, oh, well, look, none of them followed the rules and the rules must have failed, well, that would be kind of like, well, you set up for failure, so that's the outcome. Where if you explicitly educate prior to, you're seeing, hopefully, your rules best implemented, so that when you look at what changes you need to be made, you're reflecting on the rules as they exist and how they're being used, not what they didn't do or what they couldn't achieve, if you know what I mean. So like, if you don't tell someone the rules and then go afterwards, oh, I think the rules need to change because they didn't follow the rules, the first question would always be, well, did they know what the rules were? So if we take the first part.
These are potential state members of parliament.
Potential candidates, but also their supporters and parties. Like, so
Yep.
you will know from any campaign, that it's very rarely that the candidate themselves is the one person going and putting around the signs. They have friends and neighbours, or even people who from their political party. So by encouraging them to say, hey, we're going to have a briefing session about signage and what the regulations are in Livingstone. We've got our local laws guys who will be fantastic at it. Talk to them what it is so that they're aware and conscious, and hopefully can implement it to the best of their ability, so that post-election, when we come to look at it and have the conversation with our community, going, okay, so you've just seen an election where our rules have been in place. Is there anything that you would change? Anything that you thought, oh, actually, I really like the way that, you know, the signs were this far away from a roundabout, or any of that sort of, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, just asking, just for a bit of background, has other members of the community, just members of the community, approached yourself and they're concerned about certain signage that's out there currently at the moment?
No, I haven't had anyone express a concern about existing signage, although I did during the last council election have people who were concerned about the placements of sign and asking questions, and so at the time I referred them to the existing regulation signage that we've got, but felt that there was always an opportunity that we could review it. But the gap between the local government election and state government election was too small for us to kind of really get in there and have an opportunity without that risk of perceived being as interfering. So I felt that now was the right time before the state election, but not too far away from it, and allowing us to then take those actions afterwards.
All right. So, Councillor Hutton, you're moving this motion?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
And can I get a seconder for it, please? Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to it?
I feel like I've spoken mountains, Mr. Mayor.
It was a question. All right, so anyone speaking against the motion? Anyone wish to speak for the motion or in general about the motion?
In being prepared to support the motion, I do so. I think the most poignant comment that Councillor Hutton's made thus far is if there's room for improvement, then that should ultimately be what underpins what we do. So for me, I'm comfortable with that on those grounds. Where I think it'll be interesting is when council review their signage policy as to what is acceptable to Councillor Lynch, or perhaps what's acceptable to Councillor Reedswood, could be very different to what's acceptable to Councillor Mather, and that would be the exciting part of this this journey. I think that through Councillor Hutton we've been started on, so look forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, and those debates are always robust and welcome. Okay, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote, assuming the debate is now closed. Can I have those in favour, please? Those against? Would you like a vote recorded, Councillor Mather? Okay, that's carried. And the next item is 13.6, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your notice of motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very simple one, Mr. Mayor. For the benefit of the members, I'll move the motion first if I can get a seconder.
I'll second.
Thank you. For the information of members, the Mayor and myself were invited to Adelaide Street, going back a couple of weeks ago, by the managers of Ocean. They felt that the parking could be improved across the road because there were traffic issues, there were parking issues, and there wasn't the best utilisation of land for visitors and spectators having their lunch there. So we had a look, took some photos, and came home and put this notice of motion together because I do believe it can be done. I'm speaking with my director. He felt perhaps we could have done this without a notice of motion, but knowing the practice that this council has had and how things can slip through the cracks if we don't explain ourselves clearly and have some tracking mechanism that we can follow, I've left it here as it is. It's very simple. And because there were issues, I believe, certainly I identified, and the Mayor can speak for himself as the seconder, the best thing would be to have the managers from Ocean explain to our officers on site what was explained to us as lay people, and the officers could identify matters that could be improved, and we're always looking for improvement on whatever we do. The officers could maybe have better ideas than what we came up with on the day. So, and they could go away and recommend to our table just what they think the best course of action would be. And obviously it's not something that we've got in this budget, but there may be something that we can improve upon at very little cost at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone, before we go to debate, does anyone have a question for Councillor Mather? Councillor Lynch.
Just wondering, is there a time when there is congestion? Is it mainly on the weekends? When's the main problem with the parking up there?
It's never really been set out for parking, and it's one of our most spectacular lookouts. There's part gravel, there's part bitumen that's falling apart, buses stop there, people get out. It's like a grassy knoll with no grass, and louts used to climb that with their four-wheel drives up onto the grassy section, onto the upper road. So the lady who's since passed only a few weeks ago, Phoebe Harris, people would know her, and she used to call me up there regularly because of the hoons, because they were creating dust, and lots of it, you wouldn't believe it. And had that been set out and constructed in a fashion, we wouldn't have need for all the bollards, we wouldn't have need for to keep them off the grass, and we would be able to have a better arrangement of parking that would allow for better visitors, more visitors in a safe manner. We're just making the best use, just like up at Matthew Flinders Drive. We're looking to get the best use of our best spots. That's really what it's about. And there are some traffic issues there with hoons coming out day and night. So we'll be also looking at those issues to see how we could find some pacifiers there to slow them down, because they're based on hills and they take advantage of the slopes. So, and people are concerned about the safety of people crossing the road in that area.
If I could perhaps add to Councillor Mather's response to your question, Councillor Lynch, the activity in inverted commas tends to happen in the early evenings and at night time. As Councillor Mather's pointed out, there's been some reports from local residents up there about poor driver behaviour and near misses, and there's also been reports from allegations to council, or to us and to the police, in relation to some other illegal activities that are going on up there. So hoping that some of that will be, that's particularly the parking and the traffic issues, will be able to be addressed by council. Some of the illegal activities will obviously be a matter for the Queensland Police Service. Yeah.
Mindful we're in debate, but just a question, if I may. Is that the area that is currently being used as a take-off point for hang gliders and that sort of activity? Because my understanding it's quite popular for those that are into that activity, and I just wonder whether, with the movers' consent, whether there could be a broadening slightly, just to consider the somehow the formalising of that, or a position from council in a sense, because ultimately there is a concern within that hang glide community that trees have been planted exactly where their take-off point is, and within a short time, 2 to 3 years, that will no longer be able to occur there. Which, if that's, as a council, if that's the decision we make, then obviously that's what we do. But unless we consider that, the planting of those trees more or less spells the end of that in time. So I guess I'm just seeking for advice on how we could perhaps ensure we capture that for consideration.
I think that they're two separate issues. We have had a resolution, as I remember it, back then when the hand gliding matter came to the table, and it was approved at the time, if I remember rightly.
To allow it to continue?
Well, yes, from my memory. This report here that I'm looking for now, it doesn't involve any trees. It doesn't look at planting any trees or interfering with any hand gliding at all. This is an area that is used only for car parking, and it will remain only for car parking. It has nothing to do with the hand gliders. And anybody who's planted trees in the path of the hand gliders, those trees perhaps may need to be reviewed at a later date, but it's got nothing to do with this here now.
No, I guess the point I was just asking whether it could be included into the use of this area.
In what way?
Oh, well, they go up there to park, to utilise that space.
No, I think they're two different things. These are traffic issues, speeding downhill.
Sure, okay, no, that's okay.
Parking in the wrong place. It's got nothing to do. I mean, if there's any need for a hand gliding tree / whatever, that needs to come separately. But this is totally built on the need for rationalised parking and more parking in that same designated area, and slowing down traffic. That they come Adelaide Street and go around the end of it, right at the very near number 40, and they park there for a little bit, do their business, have their lunch, whatever they do, and then straight down the other pathway. It's like an island. They go around and zoom down about a 45-degree slope.
Thank you, councillors. Any other questions for Councillor Mather before we go to debate? Okay, Councillor Mather, you're moving this, I assume?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can I have I'll second it. Thank you. Sorry? I did, okay. We did, yes. Okay, excellent. Thanks, Justine. Righto. All right, so Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think it's all been said, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's just, while we're looking at always looking for ways to improve everything we do in local government, this is just another matter that's been brought to our attention that does need improvement, can be improved at perhaps very little cost initially, but to do the job properly, it'll actually be spectacular for any visitors coming to town and looking out into the ocean with this unobstructed view. And it is a traffic safety issue at the same time. Better parking, safety issues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the motion? All right. Anyone like to make... I'll try that again. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm a user of those car parks up there when I have my lunch, sometimes when I have my breakfast, depending on what a busy day I have. And honestly, there's 3 car parks. The rest of the time, the whole road is filled on both sides with cars parking along the verge on that dirt area. And so it's well used, it's constantly used. I believe it's used morning, noon and night. And there's often tourists coming up there for a great look. So I'm all for this, and thank Councillor Mather for putting this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else like to speak in relation to the motion? All right, so we have a mover and a seconder on this one, councillors, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you. Which brings us to item 14, councillors, and I've agreed to 2 items coming on to the agenda under urgent business. The first one is in relation to notifications and concerns we've received from residents around the Mary Street area in relation to the installation of 5G transmitters. And as you would have seen, we received some correspondence late last week, and the CEO has written to Telstra, Oricon and Ericsson, I believe, seeking a meeting with council, and that any works on the site be suspended until that meeting actually occurs. Now, we've received, Madam CEO, Acting CEO, correspondence today.
Yes, so Dave Batiste has just entered the room. So Dave has facilitated email communication with Telstra, Oricon and Ericsson, so they're able to meet with council via Teams at 10 o'clock on Friday.
Okay, so that's a piece of good news, councillors. So we'll get that meeting happening. Now, I was also going to propose a recommendation in relation to this matter as well. It's up on the screen there, and obviously if it gets support, well and good. If it doesn't, that's well and good as well. But I was going to put the recommendation up that in relation to the proposed rollout of 5G technology in Livingstone Shire, Council 1 endorses the action of the acting CEO on behalf of Council, requesting a meeting with Telstra and Oricon to discuss 5G technology and any associated potential health impacts, and seeking their agreement to stall any upgrades within the Shire pending the outcomes of the discussion of the meeting. So that's just to endorse the actions of the CEO to this point. And secondly, we request representatives from Queensland Health, Telstra and Oricon to address a public meeting of Livingstone Shire residents to discuss any likely health effects of 5G technology and to explain the rollout process, including planned locations and timeliness. So that's the recommendation I'm putting up for this, councillors, and happy to entertain any questions or discussions at this point before we go to formal debate. Where we could basically determine a venue, possibly.
Could, Mr. Chair, just a question. The wording there where it says a public meeting in Livingstone Shire residents to discuss any likely health effects. I'm probably just curious as to is that appropriately worded, any likely health effects, or is it any potential or any alleged or any likely? To me is perhaps leading towards.
I'm happy to substitute.
So hopefully you can understand.
Likely. Happy to substitute that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, I suppose my comment will come down to, do we have the capacity? So it says here that we're seeking to stall any upgrades within the Shire pending the outcomes of the discussion. Say after the discussion that they're able to alleviate the concerns of councillors and the community, or alternatively say that they can't alleviate those concerns. Do we have any head of power to influence the implementation of this, or is it as a right?
No, because as you know, councillor, we're subject to the Federal Telecommunications Act on this one, so they can essentially come over the top like Artie Beetson and overrule us. But all I'm seeking to do there is get endorsement for council to support the letter that we went out. And the letter basically asked that they could, if they'd be of a mind to stall any upgrades until they've had a meeting with us. And so that's really all point one attempts to do.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the very least we can do. That's the first step that we need to take. We need to get them to the table. We need to get their assurances. We need to tell them our concerns, which are reflected from the public. And I think that's the first step. Even though we don't have any direct jurisdiction over the telecommunications, we do have communications with the federal member.
I think we have an obligation to our ratepayers who are concerned about this to actually take some action on it. And I think that the first step with the letter was a good start. And if they're agreeable to having a meeting with us, well, that's another step. But certainly the meeting on Friday, sorry, a public meeting, but the meeting on Friday is a positive step.
A public meeting.
There's no date as such nominated.
We haven't got a meeting confirmed, though, have we? We don't have a meeting.
And they don't have to agree to it.
No.
All we're doing is asking for it.
It's their dilemma if they did.
Mr. Mayor, I truly believe in our role as advocates and support the intention of both number one and number two. My qualm is just with that, seeking their agreement to stall any upgrades within the Shire pending the outcomes of the discussion. I think we know the meeting's going to occur on Friday, so step one is there and achievable. Step two, which I think is really important, is around that addressing of the public community and giving the community education around the planned rollouts and locations, but I'm just not sure about that last part of number 1 about seeking the agreement to stall any upgrades. I'm just not sure whether it's within, you know, if it's within our power to, like, we're only asking them to agree to it, but I'm just wondering whether it's...
It's a request. It doesn't stop us from requesting it.
But
I'll draw your attention to the letter from the CEO to Mr. Peel from Telstra, care of Oricon. I have a copy of it, you probably don't. I'll just read the paragraph that caused me to word the first point that way. It says, as a consequence of these concerns raised by residents of Livingstone Shire Council, Livingstone Council requests a meeting with representatives of Oricon and Telstra to discuss 5G technology and any associated potential health implications, and seeks your agreement to place on hold any upgrades within its shire, but pending the outcomes of discussions. So that was the wording from the CEO. So all I'm doing is attempting to support what he has written in his letter at this point. And we don't, acknowledging that we don't have any power whatsoever to force them to do anything.
Just a comment, I suppose too, considering that my understanding is that the developer in this case has gone through a consultation period where they've asked for people's feedback publicly, and that's what led certainly the members that have contacted me or residents, and I think we've all received letters and what have you. That was as a response, a result of the developer in this case, who's Telstra and Oricon, saying we are intending to do this. This is a period of time we give you to provide your feedback. And so therefore I have no problem with that being sent, stating whatever we believe our wishes are of our community, or at least to facilitate for a meeting, and if need be, to stall the upgrade until that community consultation can take place. And that's what genuine, meaningful community consultation is. It should have the ability to influence the outcome. They've initiated that process, not suggesting that now knowing that they don't have to abide by or respond in a positive way to that consultation that they have with the community, but they do have the capacity, and therefore whatever we can do to advocate for a better outcome, then I'm comfortable to support.
Okay, so just to clarify again on point 1, councillors, I'm seeking endorsement for the letter that the CEO has written, notwithstanding that you know, they don't have to agree to anything, and with the meeting coming up on Friday, they may not agree to stall anything anyway. Any further questions, councillors? Comments, councillor? Before you, councillor Mather.
You're fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to perhaps the technical officers that are here, through the chair, through public consultation, shouldn't there be a clause that public consultation needs to be noted for the public in a local newspaper? Given that we've lost the hard copy of the Morning Bulletin, but we still have the Spectator as a local newspaper, and they have not perhaps advertised their intention in a local newspaper, does that somehow affect the clause of public notification? Is it perhaps like council must do this for public notification? Thank you. Well, thank you. Please do.
Yeah, from what I understand, some of the houses have had letterbox drops, but other adjacent properties have not. So it's been a little sort of hit and miss, or selective, I'm not too sure which. They're the ones in closer proximity, not anybody beyond that. I don't know what their rules are, actually, as far as notification. It doesn't need a DA, so I would suspect that they wouldn't need notification. I mean, we don't know how far this radius goes when you're looking at effects.
All right. So, councillors, any other questions? Right, so in terms of the recommendation, I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Mather. So I think I've said all I need to say in relation to this, so if Councillor Mather wishes to speak to it.
Mr Mayor, I think we've said it all. We just wait now to hear back from them. Have we given them a time frame?
Time frame for what? Sorry.
To respond?
No, they've actually responded. We're having a meeting on Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a second. It's all right. Another wave.
Anyone speaking against the motion? All right. Okay, so we'll go to the vote. Councillor, we've got a mover and a seconder. So in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried? No, Councillor Hutton voted against. Did you want your vote recorded, Councillor Hutton? Sure. Okay.
Can I ask, is it proper to ask the councillor why, on a matter of the nature?
Not appropriate, Councillor.
Not appropriate? I will have to get you later, Nigel.
Okay, councillors, before we go into closed session, is there? Oh, I beg your pardon, there is too. I'm going to have to vacate the room for this one because this is in relation to the cottonwood trees at Kiwi Bay. Councillor Bello wished to have an item raised about this one, so I'm going to vacate the chair in favour of Councillor Bello.
Thank you, the Chairman's gone, so I shall carry over from here. I guess I would like to, in order, prior to moving forward with this, is really to seek consent from the table as to whether they believe it's appropriate to deal with under urgent business. I believe Councillor Mather is going to move the motion, but I recognise that there'll be councillors here that may not think it is urgent, and I think you have the right to firstly determine whether we believe it is or not. So if there's any questions that the councillors would have as to whether, to determine whether this is urgent, please feel free to do so now.
Demir, what did you do with my motion?
Actually, Justine may have. It is up on the table in the screen there, Councillor Mather. If that's...
Yes. Okay. Justine, have you got a piece of... Oh, I suppose we could run some here.
Would you have the hard copy there, Justine?
I did.
For Councillor Mather's benefit?
Yeah, I changed that and I just, the bottom's the same, just...
Yep. I think Councillor Mather would like access to it.
Yes, yes, that's right.
The new one?
Yes. You played around with it.
Yep. What I'll do, though, is just put it to the vote for those in favour of dealing with this under urgent business. Those in favour, hands. Any would like to speak against that, or did you want the opportunity? No, okay, thank you. Okay, we're now into formal debate. Is there any questions in relation to the motion before us here?
Right, Mr Mayor. Well, Mr Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity. This is a matter that's been going on for some time. I can't recall any tree, shrub, whatever, that has taken up so much of our interest, and it's important, everything's important. But this one needs to really be put to bed in a sensible manner, and I believe this will provide that. Because there are safety concerns involved here again, we're all based on safety today, and that's important. Due to traffic safety concerns, as highlighted by recent traffic safety audit, Council undertake the following actions in and around the Kiwi Bay Beach Precinct, including but not limited to the following. 1. Cost-effective, sensible pruning equivalent to a short back and sides. 2. The cottonwood tree at the southern end of Kiwi Bay Beach. 2. Implement a pruning strategy forming a canopy to enhance amenity and usability for reasonable beachgoers wanting to enjoy the trees for their shade and enjoyment. The third one, members, is looking for a way, and I haven't put a lot of change into that one, reinstate a crossing in an appropriate location adjacent to Daniel Park or alternative safety initiatives along Matthew Flinders Drive within close distance to Daniel Park to encourage slower speeds than current speeding patterns of 85% at 54 k's and 15% other than line marking, signage, pedestrian crossings, etc. In other words, we're leaving the officers to decide what's appropriate in the interest of public safety in that location. But we've put that there to give them an idea of what they can be looking at and what we've identified as possibilities. So we're leaving that open for the officers to come back with something that would be suitable to provide our needs in the interest of public safety. And if I could get a second, Mr Mayor?
I've just got a question for the councillor.
Certainly.
In point 2, councillor, who would you consider a reasonable beachgoer? I just think that could probably be worded differently.
Oh, well, if you'd like to find another word, I'll be happy to consider it.
I think you could just get rid of reasonable altogether.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Just any person who just likes to enjoy the beach frontage.
That's a beachgoer, yes.
Yeah, just
Just wondering what a reasonable one was.
Okay, well.
I think it's a very good question, and one point though that was made to me in training in my early days of local government was to try and govern for the reasonable, and that was to be constantly brought back to your decision making. What is reasonable? There would be some people who would not want to go near that tree, and they would want to completely immune it. There'd be others that would want to enjoy underneath it. What would a reasonable person do going down there? What would you do, Councillor Eastwood? But anyway, you're happy to.
Well, Mr Mayor, if the member was happy to move the word reasonable, usability for beachgoers, wanting beachgoers. Yep, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, any further questions to the mover? We've got a seconder there. Councillor Eastwood seconding. Okay, we have a speaker for the motion in Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, I think if the questions have been satisfied, at least the curiosities have been satisfied, in short, the cottonwood trees have taken up a lot of time and obviously dear to a lot of people's hearts. We're looking at a short back and sides, but also in number 2, to create a canopy where people can actually sit under them, like an umbrella. You know, if we have placemaking in the Shire, we put up signs everywhere to say what a beautiful place we have, enjoy it, this is what we call it. This poor little shaggy end of town has had nothing done to it. It's just been allowed to grow and proliferate year after year after year. The drainage underneath it has been blocked off from what I understand. I don't know why. We'll investigate that at a later date. But it's become an area there that has been subject to untimely behaviour, unusual behaviour, and it's caused a lot of grief to people in that vicinity, day and night. So we're going to clean up underneath, give it a haircut both sides, and create a canopy where people can sit under it and enjoy the shade.
Any speakers against the motion?
I will very briefly just to state that while I respect the right of individuals and obviously the council to make a decision on this, in acknowledgement of the briefing report that spoke of actions already to be taken by officers, I feel that this is an extension or probably a little bit too far and therefore won't be able to support it today.
Any further speakers for the motion?
I'll speak for the motion, Mr Chair. So I want to see the colony of cotton trees stay. I have been there numerous times. I've seen the mess through the colonies that need a lot of cleaning up and pruning and clearing. And that clearing will definitely enhance beachgoers' experience. For all beachgoers, they might have a nice area for a little picnic underneath or just to get out of the sun. Once again, we need to look at giving it a good prune because we don't want to be going back year after year because it all costs money. So it's about traffic safety, but it's about appeasing those that love the cotton trees dearly, and we want to keep them, but we want to keep them in fine condition. Thank you.
Any further speakers, either to or against?
Yes, I would like to speak for the motion, and there's a couple of different points to this motion. Firstly, there's the traffic safety, which is really, really, really important, and not only of the safety of vehicles leaving that car park, but also pedestrians. And number 3 speaks about reinstating the zebra crossing. Now, it wasn't long ago that there were 2 zebra crossings there, not too far apart from each other, and both were removed. And it just seems incredulous to me that that would occur in an area that has a growing population and not a diminishing population, and especially the amount of people that use that areas with the introduction of the Two Sisters coffee shop. The tree itself, look, I'm a tree lover. I actually don't even mind that tree, but I guess the point is that the tree needs to be shaped, the tree needs to be looked after, and we need to have that tree looking at its best and actually growing to its best potential so that it can actually provide shade, it can still provide structure for the sand, and be a tree that gets used rather than ignored throughout our shire. So yeah, I do. In that, I acknowledge that this is the way to go, and I'm quite happy to support this motion.
Any other speakers? Councillor Lynch?
Just briefly again, I'm the same. I hate seeing trees cut down. I think they are an asset to our community, of course, but when it comes to safety, children's safety is paramount, and we have to be mindful of that. Just hoping with the tree getting cut back, it's just not cut back that we have to go back every 6 months. It needs to have a proper cut back, a really good prune, so it's not at a cost to the community.
Thank you. Before asking Councillor May to wind up, I will put forward my opinions on it. And I think most importantly, it's communication is what is critical with councillors and with council staff. We have very independent roles that we play. Quite often we are apart because we've got different charters, we've got different responsibilities, and that's how it should be. This is an opportunity where councillors can communicate very clearly what they believe is the positive way forward to manage this issue here. Initially, a traffic safety audit was called for through a motion by councillors. So councillors saw the need to do that. And it came back and found that it was unsafe in its current form. Therefore, we've got normally officers to determine a course forward, which has happened in the past, and that basically meant cutting a hatchet out of the cottonwood to allow for traffic safety lines. But my opinion, and perhaps your opinion, is that we want to go further than that. That's what this is trying to communicate. So I have no problem in partnering with the organisation to say we would like you to do this on our behalf, on our representation of the community's values and opinions. That's what we're here for. I want to make it clear that the tree is not the enemy. The tree will not be treated inhumanely or untree-like. It is actually going to be valued. This is not about cutting a tree down. This is about pruning a tree in a way that is budget conscious, so it's done to give a long interval between the next one, so that those sightlines can be achieved for the longest period of time, and in a way that underneath the canopy, as per the trees on Kiwi Bay Beach at present, whether it be the Indian almonds or the Norfolk pines, that the community love. They embrace those shady spots. Currently, nobody goes there, or very few people do. So the tree is actually not enjoyed by too many people at all. I've watched that tree for probably 45 years, and some very interesting photos here for the members of the live stream that go back to the 1940s, when the tree was probably 1/3 the size it is now. And it certainly didn't block the underpass, which was built in the early 40s. And yet, in the last 5 years, the underpass has been filled in. It's no longer an underpass, and yet we'd seen that cottonwood grow to prolific levels, because that is the nature of them. They will grow at a rate faster than any other species almost on the coastal environment. So this is not going to threaten the health of the tree. This is actually going to be a positive intervention measure that we can do to bring about a great outcome. And in 6, 12, 18 months' time, when you see the benefits of it, I hope that the community will also recognise that the decision here made today was in their best interest. So I certainly commend it to the table. And based on that, I'll ask Councillor May if she'd like to wind up.
Mr. Mayor, I thought we've said it all, but you said it very eloquently. Thank you. I found 7 reasons why we should do it. Maximise our assets. That's the view. Spectacular view. Protect a little beach. Protect our environment. It's being done in a humane way for the right reasons. Providing sun protection for anybody who likes to sit on the beach. Resisting antisocial behaviour, discouraging it. Pedestrian and traffic safety. Bank stabilisation. And we're responding to public concerns. They're reasons that we pay attention to when we deal with any decisions. And here we've got them all wrapped up into one. And I guess we can reflect public sign marking as well as a last resort, because it really doesn't make a statement where it is, and we could do that. It's a sign to say, hey, this is a bit different. We don't have to paint anything, we just have to shape it. And that's what it's all about, shaping our shire to be individuals.
Okay, on that note, all those in favour? All those against? Thank you, that concludes that matter. That would be great. And then he can officially close the meeting. Close the public. There will be a piece of urgent business that Okay.
Out to me before lunch that today is the Remembrance Day for the Long Tan battle in Vietnam, and there was a ceremony at Coxcomb this morning that clearly we were unable to attend because of the council meeting. So Councillor Hutton, I'll flick to you on this one, and I'd support what Councillor Hutton is about to propose.
Councillors acknowledging we were unable to attend today because in so many ways we were fulfilling the democratic legacy of what these soldiers have served for. I asked the Mayor if we may actually take a motion to have a moment's silence or a minute's silence to reflect and to acknowledge the veterans on Long Tan Day.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and we will, councillors, if everyone's happy to take a minute's silence for the fallen, thank you very much. And just reminding councillors that we do have a separate visit to Coxcomb planned shortly. Thanks, John. Have a good afternoon. Yes, we are. So, councillors, I'm assuming there's no further business under item 14. Confidential reports. So, move to go into confidential. Councillors, please. Got a move and a second. Councillor Friend, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Against? Thank you. All right, so just reminding you, councillors, we are in confidential. We can't move any resolutions here. Now, we've got hard copies of this because we did have 16.1, Recyclables Processing Services Contract update. And the recommendation here is that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to proceed in the manner as outlined within the report. Moved, Councillor Friend, as the portfolio holder. I'll second that one. Justin, thank you. Councillor Friend, would you, okay, so we'll go with vote, councillors, on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried. 16.2.
I think that was me.
Big button.
I think that was me.
Acquisition of easements for storage and draining purposes, Sorrento Way, Zilsey. Recommendation here is that council authorise the chief executive officer to commence regular negotiations with the owner of lot 513, special plan 166171, to register drainage and sewage easements in council's favour over